The Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability is now in session.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third day of this public hearing 23 of the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability. We commence as always with the acknowledgement of country. We wish to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land upon which this hearing is taking place and on which my colleagues and I are sitting today. And we wish to pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We also pay our respects to all First Nations people who may be in attendance at the hearing or who are following the proceedings on the live stream. Yes, Mr. Fogarty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms. Taylor, before asking you about the Nimalee investigation, if I could take you back briefly to the Thomas Stumpo investigation, which traverses paragraph 68 to 118 of your statement. Gave some evidence about that yesterday.
Oh my God.
That was open in July or June 2021. I withdraw that, July 2021, the investigation with the compliance team.
So it was received by the Commission as a reportable incident in July 2021?
Yes. And at the same time, wasn't it the case that the matter was referred to the compliance team?
It was at the time, yes.
All right. And yesterday I asked you some questions around the letters that I think were received, or two letters received in respect to the HR investigation of fraud due to the two employees. And those documents were received by the NDIS Commission, the compliance team, after Section 26 notice. And those letters indicated that the lifestyle assistant and the team leader, this is at about paragraph 73 statement, those letters indicated they'd been reprimanded, my words, but that the letters also said there was no nutritional swallowing plan on a Ford's client information system. The team leader hadn't communicated the nutritional swallowing plan to staff. And thirdly, a reference to Mr. Stumpo when he visits that Ford respite service, there being no community activities for him or the others, that essentially he just stays there. And then at paragraph 81 of your statement, I think I took you to this yesterday, the compliance teams uncovered possible breaches of the Act based on this incident with Thomas Stumpo. Do you agree? It's set out there.
Yes.
Being breaches of the practice standards in respect of risk management and support planning. The requirement to notify the NDIS Commission of the reportable incident, because that didn't happen for 2 years until after the ABC report, correct?
Yes, they didn't notify, but as we traversed yesterday, they didn't realise that it was a incident that needed to be reported.
All right. And then lastly, a breach of the code of conduct in the provision of supports and services in a safe and competent manner with care and skill. Is there a reason why with respect to those matters that are before the NDIS Commission, is there a reason why the matter hasn't yet been concluded? Surely those matters in a document from the provider would provide sufficient evidence for those breaches. Do you agree or disagree?
I do agree. At the time, though, and my statement goes to this, we were continuing to conclude the investigation around Misoprem and determining what aspects, without going into that, what would be relevant to that particular matter, as opposed to matters that we would pursue in another way. So we had a number of matters on foot. My statement takes you through many interactions with a Ford,
yes,
including the Mr. Stumpo matter. And no, it is not concluded. Compliance was receiving information about this matter and other related matters over the course of several months. I a concluding assessment of that particular matter was made by our reportable incidents teams following its referral back to them quite recently. And I have included the issue of mealtime supports and my broader concerns, including Mr. Stumpo, as something that I would continue to pursue with the organisation, and indeed I'm in the process of doing so.
Well, I suppose two things. It's a discrete compliance matter with a compliance number, correct? The Thomas Stumpo matter. It's
Yeah,
a discrete matter.
yeah, it is. Yep.
That matter can be concluded, whether the APRA matter is concluded or any other matter, correct?
Well, not if we're contemplating connecting them, no.
What
But-
do you mean by connecting?
Well,
them?
I prefer not to
Alright.
go too far into that, thank you. But I prefer not to go any further into that.
All right. Given your reference to the concluding assessment, can the Royal Commission then take, and I won't hold you to it or suggest you should be held to it, but that the Thomas Stumpo investigation is nearing conclusion from the NDIS Commission's perspective, that discrete compliance?
Oh,
matter?
as I said, there's been a concluding assessment undertaken following the work that was done by the compliance team and the information that we received from Afford and the assessment of that information.
Mhm.
The concluding assessment has been completed on that, and it highlights a number of areas where we would want to continue to pursue, with Afford, and I included a reference to that in my recent letter to the CEO.
Ms. Taylor, you've referred to Afford's explanation that at the time of the incident, they did not realise there was any connection between the sandwich and Mr. Stumpo becoming unwell, and you've repeated that this morning. Is it part of the investigation to consider whether there is any disparity between that claim and what Afford did at the time, that is round about May 2019? Does that form part of any investigation?
So as also, Chair, thank you. I referred yesterday to having concerns about whether or not Afford understood the matters that should be referred to the Commission as reportable incidents. And I had ongoing concerns about the incidents that had reported or not been reported to us. And that also forms part of my correspondence with the CEO, because I'm not satisfied that that issue in broad is closed and the Mr. Stumpo matter is related and maybe separate to that.
Yes, thank you for that answer, but I wonder if you direct yourself to my question. That is, does it form part of any investigation, the apparent inconsistency between the explanation given by Afford to the Commission for the failure to report and the contemporaneous actions taken by Afford, namely disciplining of 2 staff members and certain other action? I'm just wanting to know whether that forms part of the investigation. I don't want to know what the outcome might be. I don't want to know what action you're contemplating. I just want to know whether that is part of the investigation. You understand what I'm asking?
Yes, I think so. It does form part of the investigation, which is not yet concluded, on whether or not there are ongoing issues of governance and operational management, which include things like staff supervision, etc., that we continue to explore with Afford.
Yeah.
That on the matter of Mr. Stumpo, we have done a concluding assessment around that reportable incident. So no, there is not any ongoing investigation into the matter of Mr. Stumpo's circumstance, understanding that matter, that event for Mr. Stumpo happened a couple of years ago.
All right, well, let
before
me
the
ask a general
notifiable
question
incident.
then, not specifically referable to this case. Is it of concern to the Commissioner if a service provider provides an explanation that lacks authenticity and can be demonstrated to lack authenticity? Is that a matter of concern to the Commission?
Well, I don't think, Chair, in my response, I'm suggesting that the Commission is discounting the experience of Mr. Stumpo and his family by not continuing.
I'm not
to
talking
invest-
about Mr. Stumpo. I'm asking a general question. If a service provider gives an explanation for something to the Commission, and that explanation appears to be specious, appears to be unconvincing, appears to be unacceptable. And I'm asking it as a general question. Is that a matter of concern to the Commission? And if so, what does the Commission do about it?
Well, thank you for adding that additional question. So yes, it is a matter of concern, and in this, and what does the Commission do about it? Well, in the case of Mr. Stumpo, we exercised a number of our functions to obtain information.
I'm not talking about Mr. Stumpo. I'm asking a general question.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Yes, the Commission is concerned where a provider might give us some random explanation, and we often use our powers to seek further information to test whether or not what the provider is claiming to have been the case is in fact the case.
And what if it turns out that what the provider is claiming is simply false? What does the Commission do?
Well, any number of things. It depends on whether or not the organisation's itself was unaware that the position it put to us at the time was in fact false, or whether it was a deliberate misleading of the Commission. There's any number of...
All right, assume it's a deliberate misleading. What does the Commission do?
Well, we can take all sorts of actions.
I'm sure you can. What does the Commission do? I'm just trying to find out what response to the hypothetical that I'm putting to you. And let me explain that one of the themes that, I'm sure you're aware, through a number of hearings, has been that both the Commission and the NDIA sometimes may be too reactive and too reliant upon what they're told by the service providers. And I'm just trying to ascertain that what in a particular case, if it becomes clear that a service provider is not providing you with accurate information and is doing so deliberately, let me make that assumption. I'm not talking about Mr. Stumpo. What do you do about it?
Well, for example, we can issue a warning that sets out that we've identified that issue. We can issue an infringement notice. We can determine that the provider is no longer suitable to operate in the NDIS, and we can move to revoke a registration, for example, or to ban a provider where they have provided us with misleading information.
How many times has a registration been revoked by the Commission?
Our activity report, Chair, is published now on a quarterly basis, but previously on a 6-monthly basis, and lists the number of revocations of registration that we have made. I don't have that number off the top of my head. I do recall in the latest activity report, it might be along the lines of just over 50 providers for the period of that particular report, which would be 3 months.
Right, thank you.
And Ms.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor, the list of banning is also available.
That's correct.
On your
So
website, correct?
that is correct. Our compliance and enforcement action is published as part of the provider register.
Yes, and that's publicly accessible, and
It is.
Even historic banning orders or revocations sit on that. Is that correct? Since, let's say, New South Wales 1 July 2018.
That's correct.
Right.
So if those matters have concluded, or the term has, or even if they've been complied with, they're retained as matters unless the decision has, for example, been reviewed and overturned, and then they are removed.
I see. Thank you. Could I move on to the Numalee abuse reportable incident investigations? There were 8 reportable incidents regarding Mr. Numalee that were notified by Ford.
That's correct.
Correct. And for your reference, I'm at 119, starts there, this part of your evidence. Originally, Ford notified the NDIS Commission only of abuse in respect of Jason, correct, on the 30th of April and the 1st of May 2020.
Yes, that's correct.
And on the 4th of May, in your statement, the investigations team of the Commission opened an investigation in respect of these 2 reportable incidents.
Yes, that's correct.
At 121 of your statement, it talks about the focus of the NDIS Commission's investigation, and I quote, "The focus of the investigation is whether the abuse could have been prevented by requiring the examination of systemic issues in relation to recruitment, training and supervision, and whether there were any indicators of abuse or misconduct which a Ford should have identified and acted on." End of quote. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was the focus, or your summary of the focus, in fairness. What about the steps the provider had taken or was taking following the discovery of the abuse to reduce and ideally eliminate the risk of similar abuse being perpetrated by its employees on clients in the future? Was that something that this investigation looked into, to your knowledge? What steps, what reactive steps were
Well, we
being taken by Ford?
would look in making an assessment about how the provider responded to those things that you just reflected on, that I've summarised. The steps that a provider took to avoid future incidents would form part of our assessment of their management of the incident.
So it's not just them looking back at, gee, what did we get wrong or how did we do it? It's that, and what are they now doing to rectify or reduce the risk that this could happen again?
Yes, that's correct. So the Commissioner's powers and functions related to reportable incidents are directly about receiving incidents and assessing whether or not a provider is both managing an incident in an appropriate way, but also taking steps to avoid future similar incidents in the future. That's the point of the function, is to effectively monitor the most serious events that occur in the course of providing an NDIS support or service, and for us to be satisfied that the provider is taking steps to avoid similar or same or other related incidents in the future.
And that could be asked in a Section 26 letter, couldn't it? What steps are you taking to currently
It could
taking?
be that there are broad provisions in there for the Commission to seek information from the provider if it's not made available to us either in the 24-hour notification, the 5-day notification, or any concluding report that we might require.
Do you agree that the sorts of steps that, and this is a closed investigation, that could have been taken by a Ford and reported the NDIS Commission for the Numalee abuse incidents, could have included things like a root cause analysis or a formal risk assessment?
They could have.
Are you aware whether a formal risk assessment was provided to the NDIS Commission from a Ford in respect of the Numalee abuse?
I can't recall that. I'm
In
sorry,
fairness,
unless
there's no reference in your statement.
unless
to it,
there's a
that's
reference in my statement, then I would say that I've looked at the things that are made available to me about that matter. I haven't explored other documents in any detail.
And in fairness to you, your corrigendum, I think at paragraph 3, you refer to, you had some involvement, I think, personally with the matter initially, but then the rest of what you understand of the Numalee investigation is by way of documents.
By way of reviewing, yes. So I was aware of it at the point that that it was advised or published actually, and asked our staff to look quickly into it to determine whether or not we had an incident reported and other matters. And then I've relied on the records that are available on the Commission system.
I see. Early on in the investigation by the NDIS Commission, it became apparent to the Commission that there were 6 other NDIS participants it considered were impacted by the Numalee alleged abuse, correct?
I think we were advised of that by the organisation following the police investigation.
I see. All right. The NDIS Commission requested a Ford to submit formal notification of those as reportable
from
incidents.
our engagement.
All right.
From the police
So
investigation.
not just Jason.
No,
but
it
other-
was revealed through the police investigation. I understand that there were other participants who had been affected.
And the Ford, I think, responded the very day that those formal requests were made.
Yeah.
I think it's the 6th of May 2020. On the 7th of May, 2020, in your statement, this is at, I think, paragraph 128, the commission, the NDIS Commission investigators issued a briefing note within the commission recommending a banning order on Mr. Numalee that is not suitable to be involved in provision of supports or services to people with disability.
Yeah, that was on the 7th of May.
Yes, but by that time, a Ford had terminated his employment, correct, on the 4th of May?
Yeah, we discovered that, yeah.
Yes, that meant, didn't it, by reason of the wording of the NDIS Act and the section 73ZN at the time, that the commission or the commissioner couldn't issue a banning order on Mr. Numalee at that time. Is
At that
correct?
time,
That's-
time, the Act the powers referred to people who were employed or otherwise engaged
That's all right. By an NDS
by
provider,
an NDIS provider.
and he was no longer,
He was no longer employed or otherwise engaged.
to your knowledge, then he doesn't, there's no banning order under that power in respect to Mr. Numalee presently?
That matter's under consideration.
All right. In November, the banning powers were extended, that section was amended, is that right? November
That's correct,
2021. Would those powers now capture the scenario I've just suggested where the person has just been, let's say they've been terminated, the NDIS Commission didn't realise that, not suggesting anything untoward in respect of the provider, they had made an assessment pretty quickly? Or
Yes,
yeah,
that addressed,
would be covered?
it addressed a gap that the Commissioner had identified in the law that meant that if a provider dismissed a worker who been the subject of allegation or indeed in this case charges, that
Yeah.
the Commission could not pursue, but we saw that as a gap, of course, and so now we can do that.
You can issue a banning. the
We
commission-
can issue a banning order, yes.
Just by way of chronology of then what happened, as I understand from your statement, in terms of the NDIS Commission's oversight of Ford's response. On 27 May 2020, the NDIS Commission issued a 26 letter, as I'll call it, requiring Ford to conduct an external investigation.
Yes.
The letter included specific matters to be addressed by that external investigator, and I think you listed those: the process of employing Mr. Numalee,
Yes.
the frequency, content and appropriateness of training provided to Mr. Numalee. And this is in paragraph 140
Mhm.
of your statement. The nature and adequacy of supervision of Mr. Numalee, whether there were any indicators of abuse, brackets, like complaints, unexplained injuries, instances where participants appeared reluctant or unhappy to be supported by Mr. Numalee, any other expression or indication of fear or concern by participants regarding Mr. Numalee, and if there had been any indicators, whether firstly a Ford could reasonably have been expected to identify them, and secondly, whether a Ford acted on any such indicators that were identified. Now, it appears that this is this an extract in your statement at paragraph 140, it's in italics. Is that an extract from the section 26 letter, to your knowledge?
Yeah, yes.
All right. Do you agree that in this part of the extract, there's no request in respect of information about what steps the provider had taken, was taking, or was proposing to take following the discovery of the abuse to reduce or ideally eliminate the risk of similar abuse? That's not set out in this part.
That's not set out in this part, no. This investigation would not be the only piece of information that we would have received about this matter. We had information coming from the police. We had other information coming from Ford itself, as it was obliged to do. So this was an additional piece of intelligence that we wanted them to provide us with.
All right. It's the case, though, would you agree that this letter and the report that arose as a consequence were the only things requested directly of Ford by the NDIS Commission in respect of Mr. Numalee's abuse?
Yes, but Ford continued to be responsible for providing us with, under their statutory obligations, the reports around the incident, including a final report around the incident, which they did provide us with. Sorry, I can't recall the date of the final report.
Final report by a Ford or by
By
Mr. Wise?
By a Ford. So, so Mr. Wise, as you was the investigator who a Ford engaged to undertake the investigation that we requested. A Ford's then required not only to furnish us with whatever we might request under section 26, but
Yes.
to provide us with a final report around the incident.
All right. Do you recall whether you've referred to that in your statement? I don't recall it, but I might allow you to take that as a question on notice.
Yes,
and
I'm
I
happy
might-
to.
I might
I'm
check
happy to
with-
take that on notice.
Thank you. A Ford proposed, speaking of Barry Wise of Worksite Investigations as the independent expert to conduct the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
The NDIS Commission confirmed his appointment. I think that's 144 of your statement
Yes.
with the HR person at manager at Ford. The NDIS Commission didn't scrutinise Mr. Wise's qualifications or expertise to carry out the investigation, did it?
No, we didn't. No.
Unlike quality auditors, the NDIS Commission doesn't propose a panel of independent experts for these sorts of external investigations that a service provider like a Ford could choose from.
No, the Commission doesn't do that. Mr. Wise, though, and as many investigators in these similar circumstances, has happened, we request these kinds of things quite frequently, set out generally in their reports what their qualifications are.
Yep.
And of course, investigation is a profession, and people have a series of qualifications that that are relevant to that profession. I can't recall them off the top of my head, but he had a license, as I've said in my statement.
But beyond that, there's no scrutiny of who the service providers, in this case, there's no scrutiny of beyond that of Mr. Wise and who'd been put up by a Ford to do the internal investigation, correct?
I can't recall
By the Commission.
whether on the record there was any engagement between a Ford and our reportable incidents officer about the engagement of that particular person. I don't believe I've outlined it in my statement, and I don't recall seeing anything in the records that I looked at.
Paragraph 144 of your statement says on 16 June 2020, the NDIS Commission emailed the HR manager at a Ford or HR person, thanking her for email confirming the appointment of Mr. Wise as investigator and asking her to advise when the appropriate clearance to proceed with the investigation was received from New South Wales Police.
Oh, yes,
Commencement date of the investigation.
Yes, my apologies. And in the preceding paragraph, sorry, I refer to the fact that the
HR manager.
HR manager had advised
provided.
us by phone of his qualifications.
And further, I think you say there
Yep,
that she
my
provided
apologies,
information about Mr. Wise by email, including he was a co-director of Worksite Investigations and was registered, which is what you said in terms
Yep.
of a commercial and private inquiry agent's license in New South Wales and equivalently in Victoria and Queensland. A Ford, I think the next paragraph, a Ford sought and was granted permission from police for that external investigation to occur
Yes.
shortly after. I think in your statement on 25 September and still on the same page, page 35, paragraph 148, 25 September, a Ford submitted the Wise final report.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. That is, sorry. I'm just, that's a final report for the reportable incident.
That's what you were referring to.
Sorry, that was what I
earlier.
was referring to previously.
Oh, sorry. So 25 September, my mistake. 147, paragraph before, says a Ford submitted the final report for reportable incidents on that date. Then 3 days after that, this is when, isn't it, 28 September 2020, the NDIS Commission writes back and having looked at this final report from a Ford and indicates that the reportable incidents officer telephoned Mr. Adamson, who I think had submitted the final report on behalf of a Ford, in relation to the inclusion of a number of participants' names other than Jason in the subject of allegation person with disability sections of the final report. In other words, the NDIS Commission requested, didn't they, that that the final report needed to, firstly, that they needed to notify the NDIS Commission of these separate reportable incidents. I don't think that'd been done till then. Is that correct? The 28th of September 2020?
Well, yes, because as I said earlier, the police were investigating the matter, and it came to Afford and Police's attention that there were more participants affected by Mr. Namali's abuse than had previously been understood. I think that's the case.
Well, so this is 5 months after the first two reportable incidents about Jason were notified. The final report submitted by Afford, and even in the final report, they're only still referring to Jason and the reportable incidents in respect of him. Isn't that the case? And that's what this.
Because that is that notifiable instrument. I'm sorry. That is that reportable incident record.
In this paragraph, doesn't it say that the NDIS Commission, the officer called Wayne Adamson?
Which paragraph are you referring to?
Paragraph 148. 28 September 2020, the reportable incidents officer telephoned Mr. Adamson in relation to the inclusion of a number of participants' names. And then further later on that day, the reportable incidents officer emailed Mr. Adamson. The email included the following, if you turn to the next page. And this is where, isn't it? If you read it, it has now been established that the allegations concerning Mr. Numali have also impacted other NDIS participants in connection with supports and services. So this is where, isn't it, the NDIS Commission on the 28th of September 2020, after a final report from Afford, says, hang on a minute, we've looked at your final report. These allegations affect or impact others, not just Jason. And then if you keep reading, a separate final report for each of these incidents is not required. This is with respect to the other impacted persons or the other reportable incidents. However, we would expect Afford to consider the impact of the incident allegations on each individual participant and provide details of the specific response and supports provided by Afford to each participant. Please respond to this email at your earliest opportunity, acknowledging the following points. 1, the additional subjects of allegation in the final report were entered erroneously and are in fact impacted persons. And then secondly, that you understand the requirement to lodge a separate reportable incident notification ASAP for any additional participant impacted by the allegation concerning Mr. Numali. You agree this is the time when the NDIS Commission itself notified Afford that there were other impacted persons and that they needed to then notify, and the next paragraph, that very day, and I think I suggested that to you earlier, Mr. Adamson did email back the reportable incidents officer advising that he completed the reportable incident notifications for those other 6. In other words, it would appear, wouldn't you agree, that Afford wasn't aware either that it appeared that it didn't know it was required to submit separate reportable incidents for the 6 other persons who were the subject of Mr. Numali's abuse.
That would appear to be so. The officers requesting that reportable incident for each of the other participants that were identified in the final report from Afford should be notified separately, albeit the final report would, because it addressed the broader issues, would cover those. So we asked so that there's an individual record of the incident as it relates to every participant who was affected.
That would also assist, would make more accurate your data, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so that day, Mr. Adamson submits those 6 reportable incident notifications, 28 September. And then if you move to the next paragraph, paragraph 150, 2 days later on 30 September 2020, the NDIS Commission's reportable incidents officer submits a concluding assessment, and that's submitted internally, correct?
That's correct.
And sets out information and conclusions from the final report, or I won't use final, the report by Mr. Wise. and this is at 151.
Mhm.
If you turn to the next page in paragraph 152, there's an excerpt I think you include there from this internal concluding assessment, which reads, and this is, as I understand, in reference to the report by Mr. Wise, and also the final report, would that be right? Where it says, based on this information.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
All right. The provider appears to have responded appropriately to this incident. While it is apparent that the SOA worker, Numa Lee, is alleged to have committed acts that both contravene the NDAS code of conduct and the law, it is unlikely the provider could have known about or prevented these actions based on the evidence submitted in the final report. I therefore recommend the notifications relating to this matter be considered for closure. Do you agree this excerpt, and except it's only an excerpt, makes no reference to what a Ford may or may not have been doing or steps being taken in respect of, for example, a risk assessment or reforms internally to reduce the risk and ideally eliminate the risk as best they could that this sort of abuse wouldn't happen again in this summary? There's no reference to that. Do you agree?
Well, this summary is one paragraph of a very extensive, lengthy concluding assessment, which does make some reference to adjustments that have been made by the organisation, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
So the concluding assessment is a lengthy document. As you say, this is one excerpt
Yeah.
for the point of what I've been asked to comment on
Yeah.
by the Royal Commission in my statement.
All right. The next paragraph, paragraph 153, 10 days later on 10 October 2020, the concluding assessment's approved, isn't it, by the Assistant Director of Reportable Incidents, New South Wales ACT. And then the Commission's oversight of these reportable incidents was, or this matter was closed, correct? Or were closed?
Yeah, because these matters as reportable incidents, we'd concluded the assessment of them, and you know, to take that extract, made a concluding view, or the officers who were assessing it had made a concluding view. But the records remain available to the Commission and form part of our overall information about a provider. They don't, just because a record happens to be closed because there are no further actions that the officers consider need to be taken in relation to a particular incident, doesn't mean that the record is not drawn upon or
No
referred
longer
to,
relevant
and
to-
no longer relevant
All
to our oversight of a provider.
All right, understand. Do you accept that the concluding assessment by the reportable incidents officer of all 8 reportable incident notifications, the assessment that the provider appears to have responded appropriately to this incident relies virtually entirely on the investigation conducted in the report by Mr. Wise, his findings, conclusions and recommendations in his final report? Would you not accept that?
Does I might need to remind myself about whether or not there was connection between our staff who were engaging with police at the time also. I couldn't say with certainty that there weren't other things that were taken into account in that conclusion.
You'd agree from a general proposition that the abuse perpetrated by Numa Lee, and I should say at least as alleged at this time, and of course the prosecution and the police inquiries hadn't concluded in October 2020, but that they were very serious, involving
Of
people with high
course.
support needs.
Of course.
Can I ask you, provide you a copy of a document, and this is the Wise report, hearing bundle D, tab 130. Provide you a hard copy, Ms. Taylor, so we're on the same page, literally, almost literally. I could take you to page, just to page 12. Well, yes, just to page 12. Are you familiar with this document before I take you to page 12?
I have I have seen it, yes.
Have you read it in preparation for giving evidence at this hearing?
I read it in preparation for my statement, yes.
All right. At the bottom of page 12, if you have that, I think it's the second last page.
Yes.
It's a comment section. It starts throughout investigation, it has become evident that generally the employees of Afford are working for the betterment of the lives of the clients. To that end, the event surrounding Daniel Nummally appears to have been a shock for most employees. The next paragraph, it's highly likely Afford management may receive reports of concern in the near future where one staff member has concern about another staff member. This is because a number of lifestyle assistants are questioning themselves as to why they did not see any signs in Daniel Nummally and in part blame themselves for not being sufficiently observant. And then this next paragraph, without the full facts from the police, it is extremely difficult to say what could or could not have been observed or detected in Daniel Nummally's actions. And then the rest of that paragraph, it is also possible he was highly secretive about his actions as he was well aware his actions were inappropriate. And that is one more paragraph, but that's essentially, would you agree, the concluding comment of this report?
Yes.
The part where he says or writes, without the full facts from the police, it's extremely difficult to say what could or could not have been observed or detected in Nummally's actions. Do you agree that's a limitation on the efficacy of this report?
No, I don't think I do.
Wasn't he asked to identify what could or could not have been done, observed, detected? Isn't this the essence of what the Section 26 letter asked of this external investigator?
Can you refer me back to the, so I can just look at that part of my statement again with the excerpt from that 26 letter, please?
Yeah. I'll take you back. Excuse me.
I think it's 140, sorry, I found it.
Yeah, 140, you're right. That's an extract of the Section 26 letter. I'll let you read that.
So there almost certainly would be additional information that would come up from the police in the course of investigating a criminal activity. But I don't think there would be limitations in what Mr. Wise could have done by way of the things that we've asked him to look at around broad supervision. There might be other things that would come out that would cause him, if he was asked to amend his investigation report, if there was something significant. And as I said before, just because we close a reportable incident, if there was issues that came to us by the police, because we had an ongoing dialogue with them around this matter, as I said, it's still a matter that's under consideration. The reportable incident is closed, but matters around Mr. Nummally are not. It still remains as part of information available to the Commission.
The Commission didn't request a follow-up or wait till the police are finished and we'd like to do it. We'll keep this open and we'd like then to have a follow-up investigation when we know more, and the next year, did it?
No, we didn't.
But the powers under 26 extend to doing that, correct? That could have happened.
Yeah, that could have happened.
Are you aware from your knowledge of this report that Mr. Wise's investigation didn't involve actually speaking with or interviewing any of the alleged victims of Mr. Nummally or their families?
I haven't looked
Well,
at this
except-
report in some detail for
If you accept from
for
me
several
that
weeks, so I'll accept that from
All
you.
right.
Yes.
would you agree that that's a limitation on the efficacy of this report? Or put it another.
I would always say that it would be appropriate and very useful for participants or their representatives to be engaged in investigations of this type. This was a matter, though, where there were charges, and in my report, in my statement, I do say that even in getting the investigation underway, it was necessary for Afford to seek agreement from the police to do that. So I couldn't say whether or not it was possible or not possible for Mr. Wise to have done that because of the police proceedings that were underway at the same time.
The police gave approval in June 2020, I think, virtually simultaneously to the request being made. In your statement, that essentially says that they.
Yeah, they did, but
Yeah.
I can't speak to who they might have been speaking with as
Or-
part
or
of their
what-
investigations
or
or what
what
they might
cons-
have been,
Permission was given in terms
what
of what you
permission was
can
given,
do.
what the police might have been exploring as part of their investigation.
So is your concern perhaps that if Mr. Wise had interviewed the alleged victims or their families, it might have prejudiced the police proceedings?
Well, it might have been a consideration.
If you accept from me that this report makes no reference to a risk assessment or a root cause analysis, is that something you think you would consider a concern in respect of this report in terms of the 26 requests?
Well, we hadn't asked for that, but that doesn't, as I say, doesn't mean that we wouldn't expect the organisation as part of its final report to not include references to those things.
You refer to the final report, and that was my error that I didn't pick it up, and you picked it up. You're not aware whether there was such a risk assessment referred to in the final report of 25 September 2020 that Mr. Adamson submitted?
I can't recall that, I'm sorry.
But we do know, at least from your statement, that there were 6 other persons that the NDIS Commission needed to notify Mr. Adamson and afford of from that final report to formally notify it of reportable incidents and some directions about considering the impact on them, correct?
Yes.
Are you satisfied that the closure, and I note what you say, that it doesn't mean it's my words, dead letter, it's still something that's relevant to the NDIS Commission, that is the Numalee abuse and the material that was provided, the Wise report, the final report by Ford. Are you satisfied that when you review this closed investigation, that it was an adequate investigation of what I think you accept are very serious incidents?
I think it's an adequate investigation for what we asked Ford to explore through this investigation, yes.
Per the section 26 letter.
Yeah.
Referred to it, at least extracted at paragraph 140 of your statement. All
Mhm.
right. I think yesterday you gave evidence that you hadn't been able to follow all of the evidence of Sally, Lily, Susie and Rob on day one, or that you'd necessarily been able to read through all of their statements. But if you accept from me that their evidence is that Ford didn't provide a written apology or offer any form of redress to Jason or Toby, them being victims and indeed alleged victims at the time as of October 2020 when the matter was closed, or their families, do you accept the concluding assessment by that officer that the response by Ford has been an appropriate one when that hasn't happened? The concluding assessment might quote, "The provider appears to have responded appropriately to this incident." If you accept from me that no written or formal apology was provided and no offer of redress, the only offer that was made on the evidence so far was a phone call from the CEO offering counselling, do you consider that's an appropriate response to these incidents by Ford?
Well, I've said before that that's one paragraph in a very lengthy concluding assessment, which the detail of which I don't know. All I can say is that, I do think it's appropriate for providers to engage sensitively with participants and their families who are affected by incidents. Whether or not in this case, the organisation accepts that responsibility, it's a criminal matter, and Mr. Numalee was responsible for the abuse. I wouldn't like to comment on that, of course, but if I always think it is good practice for an organisation to engage with sensitivity and empathy for participants and their families where they've been affected by horrible events while they're being supported by the organisation.
All right. But that may not have been something that's encompassed by the concluding assessment and.
I couldn't say because I can't recall the concluding assessment. As I said, it's very lengthy.
Your statement refers to credentials, my words, being passed from a forward to the NDIS Commission in respect of Mr. Wise and that he has had relevant licenses. Were you aware that Mr. Wise and Workplace Investigations had been engaged by Ford's former CEO, Mr. Stephen Harold, in January of the same year, 2020, to investigate alleged breaches of Ford's code of conduct by a senior executive in the Ford workplace?
No, I'm not aware of that.
And he'd provided a preliminary report to a Ford's company secretary on 9 March, so a couple of months before it was proposed by Ford that he would be engaged for the external investigator role. Were you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Does that, my words, prior association or contact cause you any concern in terms of him being an independent external investigator?
No, I don't have any knowledge of the things you've just asked me whether I know about or not, so I couldn't say. But it's not unusual for organisations to use multiple independent investigators and to use them for different matters.
Well, in this case, it's the same one.
Yeah, but it's a different matter from
Right.
what you've just described. Entirely different matter.
All right. Well, it's all right. I'd like to move, please, to the latter parts of your statement in respect of certification audits by approved quality auditors. If you move, I think, to paragraph 154. In Ford's case, SIA Global Proprietary Limited has conducted a stage 1 and stage 2 audit in February and March 2020, and there's a midterm audit that is current. Do you consider it, and I understand you've given evidence or evidence on your behalf was given at a prior public hearing 20 in respect of the material that the quality auditor has in front of them when conducting an audit of the service provider against the NDIS practice standards. And you give some evidence in your statement here about whether the auditor has before them complaints about a service provider in a relevant audit period received by the NDIS Commission and reportable incidents from the relevant audit period notified to the NDIS Commission. The current status, isn't it, is that that's a case-by-case scenario, that there's no guarantee that an auditor will have that information in front of them when conducting an audit. Is that right? It's a case-by-case basis, I think is the wording you use in your, it can happen. The NDIS Commission can provide, this is paragraph 175, it can provide quality auditors information about complaints and reportable incidents relating to a registered NDIS provider on a case-by-case basis.
Yes, that's what my statement refers to, and I've given some evidence about that before.
Yes.
We do have a piece of work which is underway about giving quality auditors a view of the interactions between the Commission and a provider. That's not a simple process. We are considering what kind of information should be made available to a quality auditor and the form in which it would be provided. I can say that the new Commissioner has taken a very significant interest in how the registration function of the Commissioner evolves after the first almost 4 years of operation. Now we've got a very significant body of experience around the quality auditor program, and she's expressed an interest in doing a very specific review about the role of auditors, what information, how we use information that comes from auditors and how we provide information from auditors, and indeed what role they might have in the future. So I'm sure the Royal Commission might be interested in that particular direction. This is an evolving area for us. You mentioned that a midterm is underway for a Ford. We're in very early stages of having providers undertake midterms. Most providers having only commenced or just concluded rather a first pass registration if they were transitioning providers, or for new providers coming in having undertaken an audit of whatever form they're required to have. So there are some, it's an interesting set of considerations about what we might give an auditor. We don't want auditors duplicating the work of the Commission, for example. So it's our job to look at complaints and to explore those with complainants. It's our job to look at reportable incidents and to assess a provider's response to those. At present, the auditor's responsibility is to look at all the standards that are relevant to a provider and to make an assessment about whether or not, based on what's in our auditor guidelines, the provider conforms with those particular standards, using the quality indicators as the reference point for undertaking that assessment.
But part of those standards cover, don't you agree, risk management, incident management? I'm looking at some of the headers from one of the reports.
Yes,
I'll
they
take
do,
you
yeah.
to. So isn't there a risk that an approved quality auditor doesn't have a full picture of the extent to which service providers are or are not providing safe and quality services to NDIS participants if they're not aware of all of the complaints that have been made to the NDIS Commission about a service provider and all, importantly, reportable incidents notified? Isn't that a blind spot to make those assessments about risk management, governance, quality management, incident management?
Can I just, you just made reference to a quality auditor making an assessment about whether a provider is providing safe services. It may sound odd to say this, but it is not their job to assess that. Their job is to assess whether or not a provider is meeting the standards which are framed around each participant's experience. That is true. It's the Commission's job to determine whether or not there are any issues with the safety of those supports. The provider, the auditor might identify risks or gaps in evidence from the provider, or indeed in their site visits or interviews with participants and their supporters that would suggest that there are gaps against those indicators.
Sorry.
Well, and I think if you can focus on what I need to focus on, I guess in my response here is that the role of this audit is to assist the Commission in determining whether to register a provider or not. As I said yesterday, that audit sits within the broader Commission functions. It sits alongside other information which the Commission takes into account, which includes complaints and reportable incidents, to make a registration decision. Yes, I don't want to mislead you in terms of my view on this. The reason we have a project underway to give access to auditors, because I do think it is important that we give that. But as I've given evidence in hearing 20, there needs to be some consideration about what that information is. And I guess what I'm saying is that the Commission is considering that carefully, and the new Commissioner particularly has an interest in making sure that how that information flows, or whatever else she might wish to have auditors focus on, is done with due consideration.
All right, so the auditors are essentially holding up the service provider against the practice standards, or auditing and checking those. One of the practice standards is freedom from violence, abuse, neglect, exploitation or discrimination, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right, and so that's something, do you agree, that the auditor ought to be considering in its report?
Yes, and the indicators that would assist an auditor in assessing whether a provider was meeting that standard are set out in the quality indicator guidelines.
But you're saying that the audit is not requested specifically around the safety of NDIS participants in the service provider.
The audit as a whole is not for that purpose. The audit is for the purposes of
Purely.
determining registration.
Yep.
And as I said yesterday, the commission takes into account everything it has on hand.
Including it does a suitability
In-
assessment.
It does a suitability assessment. We look at our own records, including the records around incidents and
Complaints.
complaints received and any other information we might have from other regulators or other bodies
To make that final.
to make that
registration
final
decision.
decision.
All right.
But also, I think registration sits within a cycle, which includes our ability within that cycle to undertake our own compliance and enforcement activity at any point.
All right. At paragraph 155 to 168, you refer to Afford's first certification audit, which was done by SAA Global in 2020, February and March 2020. I'll just summarise, tell me if you disagree. The outcomes of the stage 1 audit were that there were some areas of concern identified, paragraph 162 of your statement, but a recommendation was made that the stage 2 audit proceed. Is that your understanding?
Yep.
Then the outcomes of the stage 2 audit, which I think the audit report was in March, was that there were 12 non-conformances and a non-conformance report dated 27 March 2020 was provided, and for the benefit of the commissioners, that's behind here in bundle E, tab 264. So that formed part of the stage 2. Is that correct? I think I'm at
Yep.
page 100, paragraph 164 of your statement.
Yep, that's
And-
correct.
And then at 168 of your statement, the auditor's submission of its certification was to the effect that Afford had been assessed as meeting the applicable standards and other requirements prescribed by the NDIS practice standards. Do you agree that's essentially the recommendation, the concluding recommendation?
Yes, because it can only be one thing or the other. So either
Binary.
the issues are resolved through the course of the audit, so anything that might be identified, and just emphasise that not in regard, I don't want to make those statements in regard to Afford, but generally these audits, particularly for transition providers, are the first time that they're undertaking a self-assessment and an independent assessment against practice standards that are new, introduced and coming into effect at the point that the commission commenced in each jurisdiction. When a provider did transition to under the commission's jurisdiction, only some of those standards were relevant for compliance purposes. So there were transitional arrangements in place that specified certain standards, and they're set out in the rules that were relevant at the point of transition until such time as a provider re-registered with the commission, at which time, if it was agreed that all the standards would be relevant. Now, the reason I point that out is because this is a transitioning system. These are first pass audits in a completely new system where this form of assessment was not undertaken routinely in most jurisdictions. And there's, given we've been in operation for coming on 4 years now, and in three years in some jurisdictions and only 19 months in WA, these first passes, whilst they're critical to inform an ongoing whether someone should retain a registration or be registered, they are the first time that a provider will have established the systems and engaged in this particular process.
So is that a limitation on, for example, this stage 2 audit report? That it's
No,
the
I don't
first
think
time
it's a
round?
limitation on the audit report at all. I'm just reflecting that the way that the structuring of the audits therefore work is that there's a self-assessment, there's a stage 1 audit report which looks at the self-assessment and other desktop matters, and there are generally a number of non-conformities that would be identified through that. So the job of the audit in informing a registration is as much about that binary consideration about whether someone does or doesn't meet the standards in order to inform a registration, as it is about education and supporting a provider to understand what the standards mean, alongside the other mechanisms they would have for getting feedback. It includes a view from participants about whether or not they experience those standards in the way that they're now set out. And I can also add that this is a very new process for participants and their families, and over time will become a more and more empowering one for the people who are receiving supports and services.
While it appears to be a binary recommendation, you agree that the details of these reports are important because you can drill down and essentially scrutinise why there's the final recommendation, can't you?
Well, we can, but the thing that's you've asked me about what information we're planning on providing the auditors from our systems. Every day, our staff look at these audits when they're dealing with compliance matters or with any number of matters. People will look to these reports as a part of the record of the provider to inform our own views about things the provider might have had to have remedied in the course of undertaking the audit for the binary recommendation of from the auditor about whether to make a certification recommendation as part of a decision to register or not. So I guess my point is that it goes both ways. They are useful documents for the Commission. They are useful documents for the provider.
The Commission decided to re-register, but later that year, correct? I think that was your evidence yesterday, September.
Yes.
In paragraph 114 of your statement, jumping back, you say the following. I'll read it to you, but move there if you'd like to. Affords demonstrated underreporting in the past, including the quite recent past, and recent uncertainty around when incidents of mismedication require notification suggests to me that Afford may not be complying with its obligations to notify the NDIS Commission of reportable incidents in accordance with section 73Z of the NDIS Act and the Incident Management Reportable Incident Rules. So that's paragraph 114 of your 22 April 2022 statement. Bearing that in mind, do you have any cause for concern around the recommendation made in March 2020 by the quality auditor, or you don't? Or you say it's not that rudimentary?
It's not that rudimentary. So my assessment in paragraph 144 is about the monitoring of the Commission around reportable incidents and the management of those reportable incidents and the nature of matters that are reported. The quality auditor does look, they look across all the standards, and in the context of the incident management standard, we are not asking them to explore in as much depth or anywhere near what we explore as part of our monitoring of the condition that's subsequently imposed on the provider of registration around compliance with their obligations under the reportable incident, the incident management and reportable incident rules.
I see. Note the time, Chair. I don't know whether Ms. Taylor, I can continue. I've got a bit to go and going longer than I'd anticipated. Happy to proceed.
If you've got a little while to go, I think we might take a break now. It's now 11:15. If we resume at 11:30,
Yes.
Can you give some indication of how long you're likely to be with Ms. Taylor?
Half an hour, and I'll sit here and
Half an hour.
refine.
I bear in mind the notorious unreliability of
The lawyer.
barristerial estimates of time, but we'll take that into account. All right, we'll adjourn for 15 minutes.
The Royal Commission is adjourned. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Yes, Mr. Fogarty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms. Taylor, I can show you a copy of the SAI Global Stage 2 report, which is behind Hearing Bundle D, tab 6, the hard copy we brought to you. Only part of this that I'd like to take you to, noting my undertaking. If you could go to pages 22 and 23 of that document. So this is the stage 2 audit report from, I think it's dated 27 March 2020. 2 points, if you go to pages 22 and 23, 22 you see a table that's headed 2.6 incident management.
Yes.
And that's one of the, obviously one of the parts, or one of the NDIS practice standard parts that the auditors reviewed as part of this audit. It says you agree outcome, each participant is safeguarded by the provider's incident management system, ensuring that incidents are acknowledged, responded to, well managed and learned from, and a rating of 1. Then if you work down that column, conformity, there's a minor non-conformity, and that seems to be in respect of each participant. It's provided with information on incident management, including how incidents involving the participant have been managed. And then the next 2 rows say conformity. I won't read through those, paucity of time. And again, this is March 2020. Can I take you down to underneath that evidence box, and the last dot point says the DM and EM. You see that?
Yes.
The DM and EM manage the reportable incidents to the NDIS Commission through the NDIS Commission register. Then it says cited 2 reportable incidents were reported to the NDIS Commission in 2020. And then some references are given there to the 24-hour and the 5-day reports. Then over the page, an incident report number 15024 was investigated with further action taken by DM. Then the next bullet point, cited incidents recorded in the, it says CMIS system. I think that might be the SIMS. Incident ID and the number dated 10 March 2020 with record of analysis and action defined to prevent the reoccurrence. And then further reference to a reportable incident there. Now, you're not the author of this, and I don't expect that you've read that detail. Underneath it though, again, you're not the author, opportunities for improvement, it says nil. And then underneath that, the non-conformity is 1 dot point that says, while red alert poster is available on Afford's sites, the process to provide the information on incident management to participants is not clearly defined when participants are using services that are provided off-site, of Afford premises. You agree here, and again, you're not the author, but there's only the citing or citation of 2 reportable incidents reported to the NDIS in this part of the report.
Yes, that's what's authored, but that's what the auditors looked at.
At this time, I think February, sorry, was the month before was where the audit was conducted. This audit report was, I think you said, was the first for Afford. First audit, first quality audit.
Yes, it would have been, yes.
I think you'll find it was March 2020.
This report was, Chair, and I think, yes, sorry, Chair, that's so. And page 3, SAI Global conducted an audit of Afford on 16 March 2020 to 27 March 2020.
If we go back a step, I think you'll find on pages 6 to 8, it records the visits that were undertaken. Those visits were undertaken between March 17 and March 27, apparently, of 2020, and the report is prepared almost instantaneously thereafter.
Yes. There are some other details, Chair, in terms, and I don't propose to take Ms Taylor to them, she's not the author, but in terms of,
Well, I'd just like to ask Ms Taylor
thank you.
something. Ms Taylor, are you familiar with this document?
I haven't read it in detail, but I'm familiar with the nature of the
Right.
documents. Yeah.
It records, as I've indicated, at pages 6 to 8, that there were visits to a number of sites.
Yep.
You see that?
Yes.
Were any of those sites day programs? If you don't know, fine.
I couldn't say just from looking at this.
The
chair that they were.
certification or the registration covered day programs, didn't it?
Well, it covered classes of support which are on the cover of the report. Yes.
How can, if it be the case, and we'll have to ascertain whether it is or not, but if it be the case they didn't visit any day programs, how could an audit be satisfied or reach a conclusion that there should be registration that permits the conduct of a day program?
Because we're not registering for every single, let me reframe that. The practice standards apply across classes of support and are, at the moment, agnostic to setting. So the manner in which those supports are assessed is set out in the guidelines. It covers the classes of support in aggregate that are providers seeking to register for. Ideally, the sites that are chosen would be sites that were representative of the spectrum of activities that a provider was registering to deliver.
All right,
I
well,
will
we
say-
will need to ascertain whether any of these sites were day programs, but I take it you would agree that if there is to be an audit that says, yes, registration can take place, including activities such as the conduct of a day program, that at least a day program ought to be visited in order to make some sort of assessment of it.
Well, as I said, ideally, we'd like the audits to cover a sampling of sites that's representative of the breadth and diversity of the supports and services the auditors providing. I couldn't say why particular, I can't tell from these addresses what is or isn't a day program. Do they just reflect that this was at the beginning where we were getting significant numbers of notifications from providers about.
Yes. I'll take that as a complicated way of saying yes.
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Right.
We were in the
Okay.
beginning parts of the pandemic, Chair, and providers were not necessarily and participants alike.
If you go to page 29, you'll see there's a report on service agreements with participants. The outcome is each participant has a clear understanding of the supports they've chosen and how they'll be provided. The evidence that we have heard relating to a particular program rather suggests that that may not have been the case. Again, my question is, what measures are taken to ensure that the audit does in fact get a representative sample of the services for which registration is to be approved?
So the sampling is set out in the auditor guidelines around the sites that are chosen. There are also comments in this audit report, both positive and negative, from individuals who were interviewed as part of that audit process. The auditor also looks at records available. It's not just reliant on site visits, but records of the provider, for example, samples of complaints and other matters to see whether or not there's the evidence available, which is set out in below that table on page 31 in this example, about the evidence that was taken into account to inform whether or not conformity was considered to be.
I'm not suggesting that the audit wasn't carried out in accordance with whatever guidelines were enforced. What I'm looking at is whether the guidelines are satisfactory to ensure that the audit process really interrogates what needs to be interrogated. Can we go to page 34? Management of medication. Outcome. Each participant requiring medication is competent. Their provider administers, stores and monitors the effects of their medication and works to prevent errors or incidents. Rating is 1, which is minor non-compliance or non-conformity, and the same applies to the next 3 boxes which deal with medication. The opportunities for improvement are stated at page 36. It wasn't evidenced that records clearly identify the medication and dosage required by each participant. What one doesn't get from this is any sense of a very large number of incidents of failure to administer medicines in accordance with the requirements of participants that the NDIS Commission subsequently learned about. My question is this a matter of concern for you?
So one of the this is the stage 2 report, and it follows the stage 1 report and a 3-month period of the organisation being asked to address non-conformities that had been identified in that first stage to improve issues, including, as I understand it, around medication management. So the upshot of the work to address the issues that have been identified in the first stage of the audit, this is the concluding assessment at that point in time. And as I said earlier, the Commission then monitors compliance through a range of mechanisms to determine whether or not, in a much broader sense, through our functions of looking at incidents and through complaints, that the organisation is continuing to meet its obligations.
We now know, based on the concessions made by Afford that are recorded in your statement, that Afford operated on a very serious misconception of its responsibilities concerning reportable incidents which involve the failure to administer correct medication. And yet, during the relevant period of this audit, and yet we see nothing to indicate that the auditors, for example, had made any inquiry as to whether Afford understood its basic obligations. Is that a fair assessment? All they had to do was ask.
Technically, no. No, because because the audit, as it relates to the incident management standard and the indicators, do not ask the auditor to determine whether or not the provider's conforming, meeting its obligations to the Commission around reports. Now, I can see that that's something that I think we will look at in the future, about what else we might ask an auditor to look at as part of a maturing of this model. I think that there are opportunities for us to do that. But as the program is written now, the incident management is about the incident management system that the organisation has in place, and the things that have just been described, not whether or not the provider is meeting conditions of its registration around reporting of incidents. And so the Commission monitors those things, and the Commission, through those monitoring the compliance of an organisation around its reportable incidents, might identify at some scale, as we have, issues around failure to report incidents, and we will then take compliance action to bring that provider back into conformity with its conditions of registration. But Chair, at the moment, the auditors are not asked to assess conformity with conditions of registration and with the rules. So in this context, around incident management, for example, the indicator is about whether or not the provider's incident management system meets the requirements under the rules. The rules have 2 parts to them. One is about the incident management system, and it specifies what the incident management system of any provider would contain and how it would be managed. And then the second part of that rule relates to the reporting of incidents to the Commission, as well as obligations that more powers available to the Commission, as we've talked through earlier.
I understand what you're saying about the room for modification of the process in the light of experience. But do I take it from your answers that it was not part of the auditor's function at this stage of the registration process to make a judgment as to whether a Ford understood its incident reporting functions and was abiding by its responsibilities to report incidents? I gather from what you're saying that wasn't part of the audit function.
It's not part of the audit function to assess whether they're complying with their obligations to report incidents to the Commission. No, that's our job to monitor.
And is that something that deserves reconsideration?
I think it is something that deserves consideration, yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll try and avoid upsetting Mr. Fogarty any more than necessary, but while I'm speaking, and then I promise I'll keep quiet at least for a while, could you go please to, could we have the document behind D130, the investigation? Do you have that in front of you, the report of Mr. Wise?
Yes.
I know how to find it. When we look at the report of Mr. Wise, and you've been asked some questions about it by Mr. Fogarty, as we go through the report, we see on page 8 that the current district manager for the day program at Mount Druitt commenced employment just the day before Mr. Numali. The manager admits it was discovered that the team leader was failing to fulfill their administrative duties, which led to omissions in work, such as the completion of buddy shift checklists. Buddy shifts were an important part of the checking process, if you like. So we see that there is that apparently quite long-standing deficiency. When we go over to, and I think Mr. Fogarty asked you about this on page 10, the Chief Executive Officer spoke to family members of clients identified in photographs, and it goes on to say that the parents of 2 clients approached the team leader and reported behaviours, but the team leader didn't document these reports or escalate the reports as per policy and procedure. One might have thought a fairly serious breach. Then one goes on to page 12. And we see from page 12 that the practice was for the staff to use their own mobile phones to take photographs. And taking photographs was encouraged because the families wanted to see their family members enjoying themselves and participating. And then we learn that since the arrest of Mr. Numali, a number of lifestyle assistants expressed their reluctance to take anything but a group photograph, and where possible use the mobile phone provided by a Ford rather than their own. Now, it might be thought that an invitation to staff members to use their own mobile phones to photograph residents was something that was plainly open to abuse by anybody minded to use their mobile phone for that purpose. And yet we have not only Mr. Wise saying, basically difficult to say whether anything could have been done to stop this, we have the Commission saying, oh, well, there's really nothing more that could have been done. Even this report doesn't say a Ford should never permit people to use, staff to use their own mobile phones to photograph residents. My point is that it seems that there are deficiencies both in the report and in the Commission's acceptance of the findings of the report. I invite you to comment.
I'm not going to add anything further to what I've already said, which is my statement has one paragraph of a concluding assessment, which was extensive. And I think there are That's all I'm going to rest on that, because I think that there were other observations made in that concluding assessment, and they were, though I can't recall them in detail, other things that had been said in the final report from the organisation.
Yes, I see. Thank you. Mr. Fogarty, I shall take a vow of monastic silence for a short period.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms. Taylor, before leaving, I had you on pages 22 and 23 under the 2.6 incident management of the stage 2 audit report hearing bundle D tab 6.
Yes.
This audit period was from 1 July. I think was asking about the period that it was the first such audit, 1 July 2018, effectively to that point in time, correct? So
Can
this
you ask
audit
me that again?
report,
Sorry.
this audit report, the period of this audit report is from 1 July 2018 to March 2020, isn't it? Isn't the audit?
No, the period of the audit report is for the period the audit was underway.
So the
Period of the Commission's jurisdiction of the provider and its registration commenced on the 1st of July 18.
All right. So, all right. So it's only that, I think, and the Commissioner prompted me to look at it on page 3 of the same document. The audit was conducted between 16 March 2020 and 27 March 2020. So it's just that, that's the audit period.
That's the audit period, that's
All
right.
right. At that time,
Well, that's the audit period for the stage 2 audit. So
Yes.
this relates to this particular part of that audit.
at that time, to your knowledge, Afford was aware, wasn't it, that Ms. Apram had died in its care in May 2019?
Yes,
Again, back at incident management, and it reported that as a reportable incident,
Yes.
notified NDIS Commission. You agree that, you can look at it more carefully, that pages 22 and 23 under incident management make no reference to, and the Apram matter was still afoot from the NDIS Commission's perspective as at the time of this audit, correct?
yeah, it was under investigation. Yeah.
The federal court proceedings hadn't commenced. No mentions made of Ms. Apram in this part of incident management, and if you'd accept from me, I don't expect you to look through it all, that she's not referred to, or that incident's not referred to anywhere in that document. And incident management here gets a rating of 1. Does that concern you that there's no reference? It appears to be that this auditor has no awareness of all, at least if you read this report, of the reportable incident of Ms. Apram and the ongoing
It would be
investigation.
extremely unusual in an audit report for any particular incident to be recorded in any detail. That would not be something that would be usual in an audit report of this nature.
You'd say that's outside the guidelines, would you?
Yep.
All right, but I took you to, so you'd say just, would you accept then that just summaries like the two bullet points I took you to with report numbers cited 2 reportable incidents were reported to the NDIS Commission in 2020. You'd say that's sufficient for the purposes of an audit when assessing 2.6 incident management. There's no need to go into any detail.
Well,
or
I
cite
can't,
particular
I don't have, I didn't author the report, but also I don't know what was sampled in the stage 1 audit report. This is the stage 2 report.
All right. Before leaving this document, just for the purposes of understanding the sample, pages, the chair took you to page 8. He took you to a series of pages in respect of the sites that have been visited. But if you go to page 8, you agree there's an organisational overview, and it would appear number of staff and number of staff files audited. So number of staff, 1,344. Number of staff files audited, 10. See that?
Yes.
And then underneath that, total number of participants states that 1,492 NDIS participants receiving services. In total, there were 39 interviews across all the sites audited. See that?
Yes.
All right. So it would appear from that overview that that was the sampling of staff files audited and interviews of NDIS participants across all sites. Do you agree?
Well, except the bit below that is that 25 other participants were invited to participate and opted out.
All right.
The sampling for audits is set out in our guidelines. Not every participant supported by a particular provider will be receiving as many services as another. That's a market-driven system with people with disability who have very varying needs, and the sampling takes account of that variation. But again, as I said, the Commissioner's keen to look at this and whether or not there are any adjustments that need to be made.
Right. If I could ask you, please, to be provided with a copy of document behind hearing bundle C tab 8C. It's the, as I understand it, an SAI Global Surveillance Report dated February 2022. So this is the part of, isn't it, the midterm audit?
Yes,
All right.
as unconcluded, as I understand.
Yes. On the front page, before I move onward, just to be very clear about what one can understand from this document. Again, you're not the author. The audit date at the bottom of the page 1 of 83 says 8 February 2022 to 24 February 2022. Do you agree?
Yes.
If you can, you agree too that there are some sites addresses that are set out. If you go back up that page, mid-page,
Yes.
do you see a Paul Street, Mount Druitt address there?
Yes.
Are you aware that that's no longer, or I'll withdraw that question. Can I ask you to turn to page 4 of 83, which appears to be an executive overview. And I am going to take you, Ms. Taylor, to your letter of 6 May in a moment. And I think I'd suggest to you now that some of the matters I'll take you to in this executive overview reflect some of the concerns in your letter. I'll ask you about that. But if you go midway down, you see this audit gave 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 paragraphs down. This audit gave particular attention, I think it should say, to mealtime management and severe dysphagia management. You see that?
Yes.
The next paragraph, the identification of the services provided to the participants proved very difficult prior to and during the audit. The afford systems would seem to be difficult to interrogate. The identification of those participants with BSP, so that means behaviour support plans, and mealtime was a case in point. Do those remarks in the overview concern you, respective of afford? As at February 2022?
Well, there are observations in an unconcluded report, but
Well,
yes, of course, if the
accepted them.
systems are difficult to interrogate for the auditor, but I guess I'm not sure what conclusion I'd draw about what impact the difficulty of the interrogation has. I want to understand that. I might also say you've asked me to, agree that the paragraph before about mealtime management and severe dysphagia management, the focus on those audits would be because we'd introduced those new standards in the year prior.
Evidence about.
And so we had asked the auditors where those standards were relevant to a provider to look at those standards having just been introduced. And so providers were required to commence meeting those standards in the December prior to this report.
Yes, and so that was a new NDIS standard.
It's a new, they're both new
evidence
standards.
Yesterday about 2 others from the election. In this case, did the NDIS Commission direct them or encourage those auditors to look at that in particular, or?
We meet regularly with all the audit
Okay.
bodies. There's a very regular engagement with them to update them on the things like when we introduce new standards,
And
to
that's the
brief them on them.
19 on, is it 19 on the panel? I've
Yeah,
got a panel.
yeah.
Yes.
We also let Jazz Ants know about these changes. We point the auditors to things like education material that we might have put out, as we did in the case of these things. And we expect auditors to be across the information that we're providing that helps explain what's expected. by those standards, or indeed any other education that we push out, which is very frequent around other obligations which aren't new. So standards that are already relevant to providers.
Would you agree that mealtime management, severe dysphagia management go towards the safety of NDIS participants?
Oh, I said that I thought that that was a very significant issue yesterday.
All right. Further down in bold, you see, still on page 4 of 83, the audit revealed that there are some significant gaps in the system as detailed in the non-conformance report. As a result, major non-conformances have been identified. First bullet point, there were several areas within risk management identified with significant gaps. Second bullet point, emergency and disaster processes from a corporate perspective were not in place. Then the next page, page 5, the recommendation, and I think this is the, forgive me if it's different to the binary one we were talking about earlier, but the recommendation from this audit is that the organisation does not comply with the requirements of the NDIS practice standards. That's the other. Comparing to the 2020, this is the other side, flip side.
Yeah, but this is not a, as I understand it, this is not a final. And the organisation then has, so the auditor is part of this midterm, and as I said, the midterms are very new. So happy to explain that as briefly as I can, but the provider, as with the other audit, non-conformities are identified. The auditor then, the organisation then has time to put in place things to address those, which the auditor then reassess. I understand that period's still in play. So this surveillance audit is not final, as I understand it, and we would, so the surveillance, it's, the title of this is a surveillance report. That in fact is an old term. We made amendments to the provider registration rules in 2019. There had been two surveillance audits that was changed to one much more comprehensive midterm audit, and the rules were amended to accommodate that. And that was really a partner amendment to the change that had been brought about to around small business. But really, these are the first midterms that we're starting. To get. That's right. This is a midterm in the context of the rules, and it's very early days.
Afford is one of the earlier ones.
Yeah, and so we're thinking, as these are coming in and we're joining up as the midterm, I'm not talking about Afford in this instance, but as other midterms are starting to come in, we're connecting up with our compliance and investigations teams where there are matters that come up in those audits to correlate anything we might have on foot with a provider, or to maybe have connection made with a provider around any particular issues that might raise concerns for us. These reports don't in and of themselves affect a registration decision, but they might lead to compliance activity, which might result in an adjustment to registration. They could and have started to already inform for things like the application of new conditions of registration. And I would anticipate that over time they will, or indeed as they start to come in now, are starting to inform things like compliance notices where we're requiring providers to do certain things in particular times to remedy other things that come up.
Could I ask you to turn to page 17 of 83 in this report? Halfway down, again, it's one of these tables that I think walks through parts of the practice standards that are being audited or reviewed. When at page 17 of 83, that table, second half table, you see 1.5, violence, abuse, neglect, exploitation and discrimination. Outcome, each participant accesses supports free from violence, abuse, neglect, exploitation or discrimination. Rating not assessed at this audit. Again, you didn't author it, but does it trouble you or concern you that practice standard or that part of the audit wasn't assessed?
So the midterm requirements set out in the practice standard rules refer to the midterm audit dealing with module 2 of the practice standards. So I think it's part 2 of schedule 1 of, but I might need to be corrected on that, of the practice standards register and anyway, the registration rules. So it deals with, because it was brought in with a range of other changes. What we specified the midterm needing to look at were the standards related to provider governance and operational management. So the intent in making that change to the rules was to replace, as I said, 2 surveillance audits. But really the intent of this audit is to look at issues to do with the provider governance and operational management, as I say, and then anything else that the Commission might want to have the auditor explore.
Right.
In the case of an organisation where we have the extent, like a case like a Ford, where we've got the extent of interaction that we've got with our reportable incidents teams, our investigations teams, our chief investigator and compliance teams, it's not likely, given all that on foot that we've talked about over the last couple of days, that we would ask an auditor to drill into anything particular that we were already looking at.
All right.
So in other words, the short answer is the rules prescribe what is looked at in the midterm audit, and the auditors audit in accordance with those requirements and the guidelines.
And you conjecture that because all those matters we talked about earlier today and yesterday were going ahead, that the emphasis may not have needed to be in this audit report on violence, abuse, neglect, exploitation.
Well, we don't need the auditors to be looking at the same things that we're already looking at in a much more focused way.
So could they have been directed by the NDIS Commission in terms of this audit? Would they have been?
They could have been. The rules require the assessment of those standards around provider and operational management. Any issues which had come up in the preceding audit that's required for a registration decision that needed some minor non-conformities that you took me through earlier, to make sure that those the adjustments that the provider undertook to make have been done. And then the third part that a midterm could explore are any other matters that the Commission considers relevant. But as I say, if we had in the Ford example and in other provider examples where we have issues where we are looking at some considerable depth and getting information directly from an organisation at some depth and undertaking investigations, we wouldn't ask an auditor to duplicate our effort on that.
Can I ask you, and it's the second last part of this report, I'll take you to page 20 to 22. On page 20, there's a table starting 2.2 risk management. And that appears to go over a table for 2 pages before you then get to quality management.
Yes.
You see outcome risk to participants, workers and the provider are identified and managed. Now, this is a rating where it's 0, so major non-conformity.
Yep.
That would appear to be consistent with that executive overview that I think I took you to a moment ago.
Well, I presume their executive overview as it stands reflects the body of the report.
Yes, thank you. If you go to page 22, the last of those 3 pages, so there's a box that says opportunities for improvement. It says nil. Given finding a major non-conformity, does that strike you as odd or?
Oh, there's a piece of work that we're doing. These are areas where we're working with the auditors to point out how to fill in the template in a more consistent way, for example. But I think in this and in the other reports, there are opportunities for improvement which are described in their evidence. So whilst the box isn't necessarily filled in, there are a number of areas in that. And then in the non-conformity report itself,
Non-performance report, which is
which
separate.
would
Yeah.
indicate the things that need to be addressed in
Yes.
order to resolve that non-conformity. So I would class them as opportunities for improvement, even though
They
the
become apparent.
template is not complete in
That-
the way that I would, if I'd authored it myself, possibly
All right.
possibly done.
And moving to the next row below that might be an example. It almost becomes apparent. Would you say what needs the opportunities for improvement? So you see here, the first bullet point, a Ford's risk management framework and business continuity plan is required to be reviewed annually. It was last reviewed in 2016. And this would have, so these are the examples of non-conformity leading to that rating. Risk management procedure, I won't cite, CGPR 001 version 2 dated 13 March 2020. Risks are reviewed on a quarterly basis by the business improvement manager to identify trends and monitor progress. This was not occurring and there was no longer a business improvement manager. The next bullet point, the strategic risk register included the risk management plan 2019 to 2020 and has not been revised since. And then the other one I'll take you to, and it might assist the question that the chair had, or it may not. The second last bullet point, risk assessments for activities that occur at day programs could not be located. It probably goes without saying, isn't it, that those are matters of concern to you.
Absolutely.
Moving on then, and to the last part of this report, I want to ask you a couple of questions about pages 32 and 33. Of 83. Again, a table, a similar format. It reads 2.9 emergency and disaster management. And I think it reflects the executive overview. Given the auditor gives a rating of 0 major non-conformity, and if you move down to the evidence, which is on page 33, it says this module has not been addressed. I understand from the executive interview that it hasn't been addressed by a Ford. Is that correct? Your understanding? Hence the 0 rating.
I couldn't say what that sentence meant, but I'd say from the 0 across the
Yeah.
board rating, which is pretty unusual. Don't often see that in the audit reports.
Yeah.
That there's no demonstration. This is a standard that came into play in
Oh, that's one of the.
it's one of the
three,
three
so-
new standards.
Right, okay.
And if this report were concluded with major non-conformities continuing, because as I've said, I understand that
Opportunity
the
to.
organisation's still working through those issues, then we would take that report and determine what we needed to do by way of any of our powers around that particular.
It goes without
standard.
saying, doesn't it, that this is a critical area of risk management, particularly, let's say the day program we've heard evidence about in terms of the people with persons, the clients with complex needs. And so
Well,
emergency
and in fact, this commission made a recommendation in the COVID hearing that we put in place a standard around emergency response around the pandemic, and this standard is the result of that, with the addition of looking at other emergencies and disaster responses like the floods, for example. So these are about very serious issues that impact the safety of people with disability. Yes.
I see. The last, I'd ask you to leave that document. The last topic and document I want to take you to is the letter you've been referring to, your letter, which is hearing bundle E, tab 265A. I'll just provide you with a copy of that. This is a letter, isn't it, from you to Ms. Tui, the CEO of Ford, dated 6 May 2022.
Yes.
On the second page, you refer to some of the work being, I'll summarise here, some of the work being done that's been relayed to you and the NDIS Commission by Ford. Then midway down on page 2, it reads, notwithstanding this work, I do not consider that it is entirely clear to the NDIS Commission that Ford is meeting its obligations, particularly in relation to incident reporting and management. Further down, I won't read all of it, towards the end of this paragraph, Similarly, although the organisation is progressing work on improvements to risk management, the Commission must be satisfied that that work will result in compliance by forwarding key risk areas for NDIS participants, including mealtime supports, medication management, and assurance that staff engaged in supporting NDIS participants have the relevant expertise and experience to provide that support in all instances. And then the next sentence in the second last paragraph is that I'm there, you write, I'm therefore contemplating taking compliance action. What, can I ask what prompted you to send this letter?
So you would have seen from my statement that I've had an ongoing interest in some of the issues to do with Afford, albeit one of many organisations that the Commission registers and a subset of those that we have action on. Part of my job is the operations of the Commission, and in the course of overseeing those operations, staff brief me regularly on organisations where we have major investigations or a significant volume of matters on hand, and Afford is one of those. I then prepared a statement after questions from this Commission, and in looking through that material in much more depth than I would usually,
Yes.
and seeing where officers had got to in the compliance activity that had been on foot for a while, I've taken the view that there's not the need to gather any more evidence around non-compliance. We have more than enough, in my opinion, for me to form a reasonable view as a delegate that there are compliance issues to be addressed by the organisation. And so I myself wrote this letter and have offered to speak to the CEO about what form that might take. And I had given instructions after meetings over, well, several meetings over the course of this calendar year and the end of last, about the kinds of issues that we might explore with Afford.
All right. Chair, those are my questions from Ms. Taylor.
Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Taylor, I'll now ask my colleagues whether they have any questions of you. I'll ask Commissioner McEwen first.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence, Ms. Taylor. A quick question, just on that last note, do you meet often directly with CEOs of service providers?
I meet often with lots of people, including CEOs of service providers in a very wide range of fora. I generally leave, and it's often the preference of our staff who are leading the operations, for them to be dealing with providers, for example, those that are located in a particular state, to meet with them directly, for them to undertake that directly. So usually the main meetings on particular matters of compliance and details around individual matters are handled by our branch heads or by our state or territory director or other directors, because they're close to the matters.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Bell.
No, thank you.
I noticed that in the letter of the 6th of May, you congratulate the Chief Executive Officer on her appointment, which was in fact in October 2021. So I take it this was the first communication you had had with the Chief Executive Officer of Afford.
Yes.
Yeah. Going back to the document that is the whatever the name of it is, the surveillance audit report that Mr. Fogarty took you to. Do you have that nearby?
I do.
On page 20, it refers to the executive organisation chart, and then says the new CEO has 30 years of experience in human services. She's been the CEO of large providers previously. Would you expect the auditors to have been aware if there had been any investigation into the conduct of the previous CEO?
Sorry, I can't quite place that.
Sorry,
Anyway,
I'm
do I need
talking
to?
about, I hope we're talking about the same document. It's the document headed National Disability
Oh, yes, I see.
Insurance Scheme,
Third
NDIS
point.
Practice Standards Surveillance Audit Report.
Yep.
Yep. Page 20, you'll see the third bullet point is what I was referring to
Yes, thank you.
about the qualifications of the new CEO, and I have no doubt about those qualifications. But my question is whether the auditor, you would expect the auditor to be aware of any investigation that had been undertaken into the conduct of the previous CEO and any findings that have been made about that conduct.
Not necessarily. As I've described before, under the current arrangements, the auditors are asked to assess conformity with standards which are about the experience of each participant. They're framed in a participant-centric way.
Right. So anything that happened between the assessment, second assessment in 2020 and the assessment that takes place here is not relevant to this assessment because it's only concerned with the position as at the date of the audit.
It's concerned with whether or not the organisation is conforming with the standards that are relevant to
Yeah,
be explored in that audit. And
I understand that. But I'm also saying that there are laudatory comments about the new CEO, and that may be absolutely fine. I'm not querying that. I'm just wondering why in this there would be no reference, if there were an inquiry or investigation into the conduct of the previous CEO and allegations had been upheld, that there'd be no mention of it. Just seems a little
I
odd.
couldn't speak to why. I don't think that,
You don't think-
in the context of that particular, I mean, I did north of the report, but we already knew about that because there are other requirements on the providers to notify us of certain events and under other parts of
All right, well, let me ask a different
rules.
question. Would you expect an investigation into the conduct of a CEO of a major service provider, which found allegations of misconduct to be substantiated, to come to the attention of the NDIS Commission?
Yes,
You would.
yes, but
Do you know whether any such investigation report concerning the previous CEO came to the attention of the NDIS Commission?
I'm happy to take that on notice, Chair.
If you would, and if you also would take on notice whether it would be significant for the NDIS Commission if the investigator had concluded that concerns included a reluctance by employees of a Ford to raise concerns openly, the existence of somewhat of a party culture, a general lack of compliance with the relevant policies and procedures within a Ford. Was that something you would want to know that had been the result of an investigation at a Ford?
Well, I think I've said in my statement that we're still looking at various matters following an extensive request for information. We talked about one aspect of that yesterday around the debt that's now due to a Ford, but we sought a lot of information about various aspects of the culture in the organisation.
All right,
And
well,
that-
if you would be
that
good
is not
enough to take on
concluded.
notice whether the NDIS Commission has ever received a copy of any such report, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you,
Is there any application for any party to ask any questions of Ms. Taylor?
No, thank you, Chair.
In that case,
No, thank you.
thank you very much, Ms. Taylor, for coming to the evidence, to the Commission again to give evidence. As always, we appreciate your assistance. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. What do we do now, Mr. Griffin?
Chair, the next witness will be Rachel. I anticipate that will take 15 minutes. I mentioned Rachel in the opening.
Yes.
She's represented by Ms Anne Healy of
All right,
Council.
and we should start with that evidence now.
Yes.
Yes, by all means.
She's represented by Ms Anne Healy of Council, who I understand is going to appear remotely. She's been previously granted leave. I was wondering whether you might inquire as to whether she's online.
Yes, I am here, Chair.
I can hear a voice.
Can you see me?
I can't see you.
Oh,
but
I
I'll-
apologise. I don't know why it's not working.
No, that's quite all right. I'll assume that there is a person associated with the voice. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
Chair, it is Miss Healy, and I appear for the witness, Rachel, and I have been following proceedings.
Now we can see you. Thank you
Oh.
very much. Thank you.
Chair, Rachel has provided a written statement to the Commission dated the 21st of April 2022, which appears in hearing bundle B at tab 1.
Yes. I take it we're going to deal with the tender of all this material later on.
We are indeed.
Yep.
Both a Ford and the Commonwealth had been provided with a copy of that redacted statement. You recall in the opening, I indicated that Rachel was a senior executive at a Ford until early 2020. She worked with other members of the senior executive team, including the former CEO, Mr. Stephen Herold. And for purposes today, Rachel doesn't appear in person, but parts of her statement will be read by Ms. Kate Beattie.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Ms. Beattie.
In 2015, the then CEO of the Australian Foundation for Disability Services, AFORD, recruited me to AFORD. I started working at the head office in Minchinbury, New South Wales. I was promoted to the position of executive manager. I started with about 3 staff reporting to me. Between 2015 and 2020, that grew to about 12 staff reporting to me. I reported directly to the then AFORD CEO. My role continued to change and evolve over the almost 5 years that I was at AFORD. This was largely driven by the CEO, who was very driven to grow the organisation and told me many times that he wanted to keep a lean management structure that was flexible. There was ongoing pressure from the CEO to recruit very large numbers of staff, up to 50 per month, to keep up with the rapid growth of AFORD that was being pursued. One of the things that was actively encouraged and supported at AFORD was internal promotion of staff. This was done through a management development program called Step Up, which was an internal program created by AFORD. Internal promotion was heavily encouraged and supported by the CEO. This meant that people hired as direct support workers, lifestyle assistants who were on a SHADS Level 2 award, could be promoted to mid and sometimes then to senior managerial positions. Team leaders who had responsibility for a particular AFORD site and district managers who had responsibility for a group of sites within a particular geographic area were often people who had been promoted from within. Although sometimes we did have to go to market to recruit for those roles. These positions had a heavy administrative and managerial workload. While there are advantages to internal promotions of high-performing staff, and it could work well, sometimes people who were promoted from direct support roles just did not have the skills or ability to cope or perform properly in more managerial positions. I had particular concerns towards the end of my time at AFORD about the capabilities of some of the senior managers and the impact this might be having on the quality of services we were providing to people with disability. One of the initiatives brought in by the former CEO of AFORD was the PACES bonus scheme. On paper, it was intended to reward staff for meeting compliance-related targets or KPIs. PACES stood for person-centeredness, attitude, customer service, efficiency, and standards. All sites operated by Ford were assessed quarterly against these 5 categories and given a score, which could add up to a maximum of 100. If a total of 80% was achieved by a particular site, the team leader of that site could receive a bonus payment for that quarter. I believe it was approximately $1,000, but my recollection could be wrong. Team leaders also passed on an additional bonus payment to the support workers at their site, which was shared out based on the hours they worked at the site in the quarter. The district managers and relevant national executive managers also received bonus payments if the sites they were responsible for exceeded the 80% target. I did not think the PACES scheme was particularly helpful, as the scores given were fairly arbitrary, particularly for categories like person-centeredness. I have no idea whether it made any difference to the quality of services actually provided to Ford's clients, or whether it helped to motivate staff to do their jobs better. In my view, PACES probably created more problems by turning staff into box tickers. I remember this being discussed a few times, but it was hard for managers, even those in senior positions, to raise these types of things with the CEO. Certainly, there was a lot of internal discussion of the PACES scores, and the quarterly results were shared across the organisation so everyone could see who had achieved what. The Human Resources Department were responsible for investigating incidents, allegations, or complaints that might raise potential abuse or neglect in accordance with Ford's written procedures. But the focus was on outcomes with respect to the staff, not with respect to the clients. The outcomes for the clients were the responsibility of the district managers and their superiors. All policies and procedures were managed by the relevant executive manager for documents related to their particular division. There was no centralised department or person who had responsibility for these type of things. I answered directly to the former CEO, and I interacted with him multiple times a day in the office and on the phone. I often raised issues with him verbally, either in person or on the phone, and also by email and sometimes text message. We also had regular weekly meetings with the whole senior executive team, which included the executive managers and district managers. These were usually by phone, and during them we discussed a range of operational issues. The CEO kept a document referred to as an action plan, which was a list of things each of us were required to do with deadlines. Items on this action plan were often discussed during these weekly meetings. In terms of written reports to the CEO, I was required to prepare monthly reports. As far as I recall, the CEO would provide the monthly reports I prepared for him to the board as part of the papers for the monthly board meetings. From time to time, I was requested to attend board meetings, and I recall attending them semi-regularly. It was my understanding that the CEO was the primary conduit of information to the board about all things relating to the operation of Ford and its provision of services. I do not remember the details of all the board meetings I attended and what was reported to them. However, My recollection of the board meetings that I went to is that the atmosphere was tense and sometimes hostile. I remember occasions when some board members acted aggressively and disrespectfully towards the CEO, senior managers, and sometimes each other. During the period of my employment with Afford, I was very aware of the emphasis on growth and the financial sustainability of the organisation. The CEO often said things to me and to others in my presence that indicated this was his main priority. During the weekly senior executive team meetings, growth was always discussed. In the last couple of years I was with Afford, that included frequent discussion of how many group homes Afford could open and fill. I also remember the CEO making comments in an aggressive way if some of the senior managers were not meeting his target for, quote, filling beds, unquote, in group homes, and that one of the members of the senior executive team ended up resigning because of this. There are also annual strategic planning planning weekends for the senior executive team and the board, most of which I attended. My recollection is that the discussion at these weekends was also focused on Afford's financial and geographical growth. The organisational culture within Afford was very connected to the focus on growth. At meetings, as well as in newsletters and internal documents, it was all about being the biggest and the best, without a lot of reflection about what best might mean from the perspective of the clients themselves. There were business development staff whose job it was to bring in new clients, and they did this in a number of different ways. These staff received commissions based on the number of new clients they were able to sign up. I also believe that those commissions were based on the size of the NDIS packages of those clients, and there would be documentation in their staff file about this. There were, of course, many great staff at all levels who really did want to provide the best possible support to Afford's clients. But towards the end of my time at Afford, I was increasingly worried about that the safety and quality of our services and respect for the rights of the clients were not the top priority. I'm aware that there were staff social events from time to time which had a small budget from Afford. I believe they were intended to provide an opportunity for socialising among staff and to encourage good working relationships. Most of these events were organised at the site level. I never attended those types of things. There were also larger events from time to time, like Christmas parties, management conferences, and one gala ball, which I did attend. In May 2019, a client who lived in supported accommodation provided by Afford in New South Wales died. She was a young woman named Myrna Apram. This event brought to the fore a number of issues and concerns I had been beginning to have about the safety and quality of services we were providing. In particular, I had become increasingly worried about Afford's systems and processes to ensure compliance with all the regulatory frameworks, given that the organisation had gone through such a rapid period of growth from 2015. Afford had no central person or department overseeing quality, compliance, or work health and safety. And I think it was just assumed that each division would deal with these types of issues. I sent an email to the CEO asking him to consider hiring a person to focus on ensuring the quality of service provision in light of Afford's expansion into new states and the different audit and compliance requirements that existed at that time. I raised the matter again in an email and received a simple no in response. I remember the CEO yelling at me for bringing up this issue and saying that a compliance person would try to find reasons why Afford could not open a new site or service which would inhibit growth. After Ms. Apram's death, the matter was raised again when a member of the board proposed that Afford should have a support governance framework in place, along with a dedicated executive support manager and a board committee whose job would be to focus on the quality and safety of the support services Afford was providing to its clients. The CEO was asked to consult with the executive management team about this proposal, and so he forwarded us an email about it. In response, I repeated my opinion that we should have an additional quality person who would overhaul, implement, and monitor compliance. I recall that shortly after this, there was a telephone conference meeting of the senior executive team, during which the CEO shouted at me and said words to the effect that I needed to grow a backbone. I understood that he remained very opposed to the idea of bringing on anyone whose job would be to focus on issues of compliance or service quality. I do not know whether the board member who raised the matter took the matter further or not. I also began to express to the CEO concerns I had about the performance of some members of the senior and executive management team. For example, I emailed him about what I perceived to be a lack of understanding or care on the part of some members of this team concerning risk and compliance. It reached the point where I was so worried about what was happening and about the CEO's unwillingness to take action that I felt I had to raise my concerns directly with the Afford board. I recall that I told the CEO that I would do so. I set everything out in a 5-page report, which I sent to Mike Allen, who was a member of the board. I said that the report was being delivered under the protections of the Corporations Act afforded to whistleblowers, and noted why I thought the criteria for those protections were met. I understood that they arranged for an investigation to be conducted of the matters I had raised in my report. By this point, I was very stressed and beginning to feel unwell. I had to take time off as sick leave. I felt that I was being increasingly targeted by the CEO, and I was sure that he had told other members of the senior executive team that I had made a report to the board. Suddenly, I was informed that I was being suspended because of complaints made against me by my colleagues. From the time I received the initial email I was being investigated, it took Afford 8 weeks to provide me with a letter of allegations. I believe this is because the allegations were vexatious and created after the initial email to push me out of Afford due to making a complaint directly to the board. I understood that an investigator was hired to investigate the complaints against me, but I reached the point where I had just had enough and I offered to resign. Up until the complaints, I had never been the subject of any form of disciplinary action, nor been told that my performance was anything other than satisfactory. I had even had a pay rise in late 2019, which I understood was recommended by the CEO, in part because of my good performance. I ended up providing a letter of resignation and concluding a separation agreement with Afford. The effect of those final months at a Ford on me has been significant. I felt targeted and isolated and remained traumatized by how I was treated. I realise now that there were a lot of problems in a Ford while I was there. And I think much of that stemmed from the quest for growth and the manner in which it was run, which was like a profit-driven corporation rather than like a disability service provider. I also believe that the cost model for funding disability services does not provide enough money for staff training or for service providers to have non-face-to-face staff who can deal with things like service quality, safeguarding, and compliance. It is important that quality assurance and safeguarding are separate from operations so that there is some level of independence of these functions from the direct provision of services like day programs or accommodation.
Thank you, Ms. Beattie. Would it be convenient to take the luncheon adjournment now?
Yes, Chair.
It's now at 12:50 or thereabouts. If we resume at 1:35. Yeah. All right, we'll resume at 1:35.
The
Thank
Royal
you.
Commission is adjourned. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Yes, Ms. Gleeson.
Commissioners, the next witness is Wayne Adamson.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Adamson, thank you very much for coming to the Royal Commission to give evidence today. We appreciate your attendance and assistance. I will ask my associate to administer the oath to you, if you would be good enough to follow his instructions, and then I shall ask Ms. Gleeson to ask you some questions.
Thank you. I will read you the oath. At the end, please say yes or I do. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence which you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Gleeson.
Can you tell the commission your full name?
Wayne Adamson.
You received a notice to give a statement and prepared a statement for this Royal Commission, didn't you?
That's correct.
Do you have that statement with you?
I do.
You've read your statement recently,
I have.
and are you content that that statement is true?
Yes.
Just for the Commissioner's reference, that statement is behind hearing bundle D tab 3.
Thank you.
Now, a Ford also responded to a notice to give information on the 10th of May 2022. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
It was a larger document which responded to a number of questions.
Yes,
that
yes,
were-
yes.
Did you contribute to that response?
I did.
Did you contribute in particular to the questions after question 11, if you remember?
Not from memory. I'd have to have a
I'll
look.
take you through it as we go. And for the Commissioner's assistant, that's behind hearing bundle D tab 5. Now, you were first employed at a Ford from about June of 2019, is that right?
That's correct.
And you started your employment in the position of District Manager for the Far West District on the 10th of June 2019.
That is correct.
And the Far West District encompassed the Mount Druitt Centre, that's
It
right?
did.
And you then were promoted on the 3rd of May 2021 to Acting Executive Manager, Day Programs, New South Wales and Victoria.
That's correct.
And then you were promoted again to Acting Executive Manager, National Lifestyle Centres on the 16th of August 2021.
That's correct.
And the acting, could you explain that to me? Are you filling in for somebody else who occupies that position?
There was a change in leadership after the former CEO left. So the role that I'm currently fulfilling is a secondment.
Yes. And at this stage, is that secondment due to expire at any time?
It is on the 29th of July this year.
Now, the two latter positions I took you to, the executive management positions, in that case, in those cases, were you effectively the senior executive responsible for what we're calling Afford's day programs at a state level and then a national level?
Yes.
Now, what I wanted to do was to take you to some paragraphs of your statement in which you identify some issues with the way Afford's processes and procedures run, and also some other issues that you have identified, and ask you some questions that elaborate on what you've identified in your statement. Can I first take you to paragraph 4.33 of your statement? Have you got that there?
Sorry, what page is that on?
I'm just getting that up for you now. I apologise. Page 15. And you can see there that you state that at the time of assuming your role as National Executive Manager, so in August 2021, there were clear issues, problems and gaps with the systems, processes and procedures which relate to three things: safety, compliance with the statutory framework and culture within Afford.
That's correct.
And that was based obviously on your assessment at the time of taking on that recent role, but I take it that it was based on your experience as district manager and then state executive manager.
That is correct.
Now, in your statement, you talk about changes in culture, and I'll come to that in a moment. You also talk about compliance, but what I wanted to address with you is what you have to say about the issue of safety. Can you tell the Commission what you have observed about the issues, problems and gaps with the systems, processes and procedures as they relate to safety?
Yeah, so the main problem we had is we're a very lean organisation at the top, with a lot of that responsibility falling on the team leaders or the district managers' shoulders to complete those tasks.
Now, can I just ask you to elaborate on what you mean by a lean organisation?
So there was, at the executive level, there was, I guess, no executive in charge of safeguarding or quality, risk and compliance. That all fell on the district manager and team leader shoulders.
In that sense, was there a tension between that particular area and some of the other duties that were imposed on district managers and team leaders to do with the day-to-day running of the centres?
That's correct.
You've said that there was no dedicated department or person devoted to that function. In your statement, you speak of a number of policies and procedures that are relevant to safeguarding clients. Where were those policies devised, to your knowledge?
So a lot of the policies, they will hand it out to the executive managers to review and complete and update. So there was no independent or part of the organisation that would be reviewing those.
And when you say the executive managers for day programs, for example, the executive managers for HR, can you identify precisely who was formulating those policies?
So it just depended what part of the organisation those policies were a part of. So if it related to day programs, it will come across to myself. If it went to supported accommodation, it was the executive manager. That if it applied to both, it will come across to both of us.
Now, you've given your reason for why it is that there were these gaps. Can you now tell me a little bit about your observations of how those gaps emerged during your time as district manager?
Yeah, so during my time as district manager, some of the gaps that I seen was just, it was just basically around some of the supports that we were offering to our clients. And with that, if there was, say, investigations that were required, they were going up through to the Human Resources Department. And it was done via them, but there was this assumption of staff being guilty before, being innocent.
Is what you're saying to me effectively that first of all of the investigations of issues concerning the safety of clients were being undertaken by HR? Is that right?
Up until the appointment of the new management, correct?
Okay. And then is what you were saying in the answer before, the one you've just given, that the usual outcome of those investigations was that there would be some consequence for the employment of whichever lifestyle assistant or team leader was involved in that incident?
That's correct.
Did you see that then created any problems with staff at the centres that were under your management with reporting incidents?
To my knowledge, no. There was a lot of incidents that were being reported on a regular basis. But if there was staff withholding information or reporting, we wouldn't know unless they were actually doing it.
Unless, of course, I suppose you found out in some different way that the
Correct,
incident
if there was
occurred, for example, through a family member of
or a
one of the
witness
clients.
or a member of the community, if there was a community access.
Do you remember any instances of that happening?
Oh, there's been a number of complaints that have come through from the community, which we welcome, and then we act on those when they come through.
But it's a problem, isn't it, when that happens, that it wasn't identified to afford first through whichever staff member was responsible for the client?
Yes, it could be. There could be the member of the public have called through first before the staff member have had the opportunity to raise the incident.
Now, you as district manager were responsible for, I think it was 7 sites, is that correct?
That's correct.
Mount Druitt was one of those sites.
Mount Druitt was one of those sites.
How often did you typically visit the sites that were under your management?
Excluding Victoria, my New South Wales based sites, I would visit them once a week.
And once a week, how long would you stay at each site? And
All
feel
day.
free to say if it varies as between each site.
During the hours of operation of each site.
So on 1 day a week, you would be there for the whole day, is that
Correct.
right? And it might mathematically be difficult for you to go and stay for a full day at 7 sites weekly unless you're working on the weekend. But
Yeah, that's right.
am I correct that you rotated?
That's right. One day I'll be at one site, the next day I'll be at a different site.
And when you were visiting the sites, what were you doing? What were you overseeing?
So I always made a point of going around and mingling with the clients, talking to staff. I felt it was important for me to get to know who the staff were that working at each site, but also who our clients are, and just make them feel like I'm not a stranger when I do attend there, because it is once a week that they potentially may see me, and it could be on different days that I attend each centre. I'd also spend a lot of time with the team leaders as well.
And in spending the time with the team leaders, was that for the purposes of getting information about how the centre was running?
Yeah, just the day-to-day operations, being there as a mentor to them, to offer support to them, but also just being present, so that way if they had something they wanted to discuss, they were able to do so.
Now, we have heard some evidence yesterday from a team leader who used to be employed at the Mount Druitt Centre about her having quite a large administrative burden in preparing invoicing and financial documents in particular. Did you observe when you were district manager that your team leaders were unable to engage with you to your satisfaction because of the amount of administrative work they had to do?
No, not at all. Diane, I'm led to believe, she was only with Afford for about 3 weeks when I joined.
Yes, and was that an issue that you'd observed with team leaders who were employed after she had left Afford?
No.
How much time did you find you were able to spend with team leaders when you visited the sites?
If I was able to spend all day with them, I was able to. It just was depending on what they were doing. If they had meetings arranged, then obviously I wouldn't be a part of those unless they asked me to be a part of those. But if they needed me there with them all day, I'd be in the office with them all day.
And did that mean that during the time that you were in the office, you didn't observe those team leaders doing any administrative work?
Oh, there was a lot of administrative work. Absolutely.
And you just be in the room with them while they were doing it? is
Yeah,
that right?
absolutely. Because a lot of the administrative work they were doing, I was then getting the reports that they were doing for the 7 sites and doing my part of the administrative work to send up to my direct report at the time.
When
I
you
think
were,
you said that while you were district manager, you were responsible for 7 sites or centres. Is that right?
That's correct.
Were they all day programs or?
They were all day programs.
Sorry?
All day programs.
All day programs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
while you were visiting each of the sites, did you also use that as an opportunity to review whether or not the staff at the centre and the team leaders and senior lifestyle assistants were familiar with and were adhering to the policies and procedures that that Afford had that related to client safety?
Yes, I did. And each site had the policies and procedures as well as the standards visible. So the standards were on the walls when you'd first walk into each of the centre, but there was policy and procedure folders that were at the front of each of the sign-in desks.
Did you do anything else to satisfy yourself that in particular, the lifestyle assistants had a decent understanding of what their obligations were under each of the policies, both in relation to identifying instances of abuse and neglect, preventing harm through abuse and neglect, but other issues such as medical mismanagement, and also reporting incidents?
Yes, so where possible, I'll join team meetings and I'll go through those and just, really make a point about their obligations to the role that they're performing and making sure that, anything they see that they're, reporting it and anything that they need clarification on that they're actually speaking up about it.
All right. Did you have any concerns in the manner that you've identified in your statement as a result of the number or the type of incidents that were emerging at the centres while you were district manager? Did you feel like there were, for example, an uncomfortable number of incidents arising, or that some of the incidents were so severe that you thought there may be some problem with the way that safety was being managed at the centres?
I'd be more concerned if there was no incidents reported. But with the incidents that were coming through and reviewing those, they could be minor. There could be a minor one, but there could be a lot that, required a deeper dive into to see what's actually happening there. But I was comfortable with the incident reporting that was coming through from each centre.
The sense I get from the answers that you have given is that notwithstanding what you've said in your statement, you were fairly comfortable with the systems and processes that were in place and how they were being implemented at each of the centres. Can I just take you back to what you initially said about there being a lean organisation and the responsibility falling on team leaders and district managers, and just ask you to elaborate a little further about where you did see that there were some gaps or some shortcomings that gave you some concern about the way in which safety was being managed at your centres?
Yeah, so after the incident reports were being completed and they'll be done by the staff, then the team leader, then the district manager for review, that is where it stops. So there was no team coming in to review the overall number of incidents for the organisation and to look at patterns or trends or anything like that.
Can I just ask you to elaborate a little further on identifying incidents and patterns or trends? I take it you agree with me that the best way to be able to identify patterns and trends is by incidents when they arise being reported, first of all.
Correct.
Do you agree with that? And that they're reported into a system that allows the information about them to be collated and then analysed so that if there are any trends that arise, they can be picked up on a systematic basis?
Correct. And the system does that.
Yes, and can you explain, first of all, what is the system that does that, and whether or not it operates to your satisfaction during this period to enable any trends or systemic issues to be identified?
Yeah, so the system is SIMS. And at the time, it was operating. There could have been improvements, and there has been improvements made along the way. So, but at the time, yeah, there was definitely
You say there could have been some improvements. Can you let me know what they were?
just little drop-down boxes. So there was one of the drop-down boxes that was included was, did this incident report trigger a reportable incident, for example? So little suggestions like that, which we were able to make with the business improvement team to have them.
And what was the
updated.
benefit that you would then get from that change? Was it that all you were then able, when looking at the incidents that have been reported over a particular time period, to know what proportion of them were reportable incidents?
Correct.
And did it also allow you to analyse, for example, whether or not certain incidents that should have been reportable incidents weren't in fact classified as reportable incidents when you looked at what the nature of that incident was?
That's correct.
Were there any other examples that you can give to us about shortcomings that you saw in the way in which reporting works, so that you could identify any systemic problems or gaps?
No, not at this time.
Mr. Adamson, I think you said that one of the defects in the system was that incident reports came to the district manager and went no further.
That's correct.
You were the district manager.
That's correct.
What did you do about that?
So once I'd finalised them, they'd be just classified as completed in the system. And that's where.
Did you seek to have any changes in the system to address the defects that you apparently identified during your time as district manager?
No.
Why not?
At the time, that was just the system that was in place, and I just accepted that that's how it was. If there was severe ones that were reportable, we'd speak to our.
Have you
senior-
played any role since in changing the system?
When being asked, I have provided input.
When asked?
Correct.
Have you been asked?
Only just asked to review. That's correct.
The last review?
Only asked to review. So review the
Asked to
update
review.
they've put in, correct, yes.
Hmm. Yes, thank you.
I take it from the answer that you just gave to the chair that if a closed incident stops with you, the only way that it could be escalated above you to a member of the executive and ultimately to the board, if it needed to be, would be if the systems were operating in such a way that there was regular reviewing of incidents, incident trends, and the nature of incidents that were occurring by either you or someone at the state executive level, so that that could then be identified and acted on.
That's correct. Or you
And that
could
would
speak.
that would usually be by way of some report that was given to someone who was then going to analyse it for the purposes of conducting a risk assessment, for example.
If there was that person, then yes,
And I take it your answer is there was not such a person.
that's correct.
Did you give any reports as part of your role as district manager to in relation to the amount of incidents were arising and the nature of the incidents were arising, so that they could be reported up the line?
I did.
And can you tell us about how you went about doing that?
Yeah, so they all form part of the monthly report that my team leaders would put together and send to myself. I'll compile all those monthly reports and then I would add to them and then send them up to my line manager.
All right. And how did you access the information that allowed you to include that in your monthly report?
So access
you-
the information out
Could
of,
you generate a report out of SIMS, for example?
directly out of SIMS, yes.
All right. And can you just walk us through exactly how you did that? Was there a particular query that you ran that picked up information?
That's right. There's radio buttons that you just click on and it gives you a selection. So you can choose each site and the period that you want to run that report for.
All right, and the report, did you then just put that report straight into your report to the state executive manager?
It wasn't the report, it was just the total incident number.
You just include a total incident number?
Correct.
Did you include any other information?
No, that was all that was required for the incident reporting start.
All right.
Yep.
Do you agree with me that if the only thing you're doing is reporting that, and I'll withdraw that and ask a different question first. I take it that you would be reporting a number of incidents site by site, or was it incidents for the entire?
No, side by side.
Side by side. So that the only information, if that's all you were reporting, would be that there may have been an unusual number of incidents or an unusually low number of incidents at a particular site.
That is correct.
There wouldn't be any other information that would enable your state executive or anyone else further up the line to be able to conduct an analysis of any problems that might be occurring in a systemic level based on what type of incidents were happening. For example, if all of a sudden there are a number of medication errors at a particular site, that wouldn't be something that could be identified.
It was never a requirement.
It not being a requirement, if you notice that there was a particular type of incident arising at a particular site, or that there'd been a spike in the number of incidents, or something else that gave you a concern that something might be going wrong, would you then communicate that to your state manager?
Yes,
And would you do that in your report, or would you do that in some other way?
if there was a number of systemic issues that I've seen, I'll definitely speak to her.
You just speak to your executive
Absolutely.
manager. But it wouldn't necessarily be something that you would think, I need to put this in the report so that there's some record that then goes into a broader analysis of what risks might be occurring at afford sites.
It was never a requirement. Other than sending an email with the information, it was never a requirement to go into a report.
Mr. Adamson, you, I think, were the district manager between June 2019 until April 2021, when you became executive manager for New South Wales. Is that right?
That's correct.
During that period, were there any incident reports that came to you concerning the failure to administer correct medication?
So there, yes, there was.
Sorry,
Yes,
there were.
yes.
How often?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Were there many? Just a couple?
There was a number, but yeah.
What did you do with those?
With the missed medications, they were predominantly in the day program setting. They were missed by time, but they were still administered.
What did you understand was the obligation of Afford in relation to reporting those incidents to the NDIS Commission?
My understanding at the time is due to it not being staff like withholding it, it was not reportable. So if it was late or it was missed because of time, it was my understanding that it was not a reportable.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite clear. What was the, if you received an incident report that indicated that someone at a day program, a participant, had not had medication that that participant should have received, what was your and Afford's obligation in respect of that reported incident? Was there any obligation to report it to the NDIS Commission?
At that time, no. My
At
understanding
that
is
time, no.
Yes.
What was the foundation of your belief that there was no obligation to report such an incident?
Because it wasn't deliberate, and that if it was missed because of time, because of the time frame, then it was still considered that it was within the allowable time frame.
Presumably, it was never deliberate.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
What was the source of your understanding that it was only if the failure to administer medication was deliberate that it was a reportable incident to the NDIS Commission? Where did you get that understanding from?
That came when the NDIS Commission contacted our then Chief Operations Officer to advise us that we needed to report on them.
The NDIS Commission contacted the CEO to explain that these were reportable incidents. Is that what you mean?
Not the CEO, the COO.
Sorry?
The COO, Chief Operations
Yeah,
Officer.
but that's
Yep.
what happened.
Yes, that's
I'm
correct.
talking about the time you were the district manager, when these incident reports are coming to you of failure to administer medication. And I'm asking you, what was the source of your belief that these were not reportable incidents unless the failure to administer the medication was deliberate? Where did you get that belief from? Did you read something? Did someone give you an instruction? Where did it come from?
It just came from our superiors above us. So the organisation were not reporting on it.
Came from superiors, a bit
Correct,
like the
direct manager.
vibe, sort of. The
My
vibe
direct line
came
manager.
down.
Yes, correct.
That's like that.
Yep.
Nobody ever thought, as far as you knew, to investigate whether these incidents should have been reported to the NDIS Commission,
That's correct.
and you never did.
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry, Ms. Gleeson, I'm taking your valuable time.
Pleasant pleasure. Can I move on now to the other matter that you identified in paragraph 4.33 of your statement, which is a Ford's culture?
Yes.
Just taking a page back at page 14 of your statement, paragraph 4.3.2 has you saying that a Ford's culture has changed in a number of respects, but that you note a few pertinent examples of some changes in the culture. And I take it that these changes in the culture are, and this comes from paragraph 4.31 of your statement, they commence with the departure of the former Chief Executive Officer and the appointment of a new Chief Executive Officer.
That's correct.
I'll just go through each of them in turn and ask you a few questions. The first is that you identify is that the previous senior executives team was focused on financial success and a culture of rewarding staff. Can I ask you, firstly, in relation to a focus on financial success, how did you see it that created an adverse effect on the culture at Afford?
It just seemed as though everything was based around the financial side of things, which is the task that fell on the team leaders and the district managers. So whenever we would have a meeting or there was some sort of conference, the first point of discussions was always around financials.
Did that mean, to your observation, that other things that might have been important in relation to the services that are provided to Afford's clients were given a lower priority?
No.
You just thought that there was, I take it from your answer that there was an undue priority on financial performance.
Yeah, it was a balancing act, making sure that you're managing the financial side of things as well as the care and supports given to our clients.
You've spoken about financial performance being a focus at the meetings that you attended. Can you tell the Commission about the various meetings that you attended as district manager?
Yeah, so we would have the team leaders meetings, which were weekly. They were on a Tuesday and a Thursday, and then we'd have the district manager meetings on Wednesdays and Fridays. We also had the Friday afternoon executive meeting where the district managers were invited to join in. And then there was various ops conferences and staff conferences that were held.
What were ops conferences? What did they address?
So that was where all the operations team will get together and they'll just go through a list of any changes, any updates to policies, procedures, new way of doing practice and the like. It's just an update for the ops team.
When you say the ops team, who within Afford were members of the ops team?
So that was my direct line manager, as well as my peers, team leaders, other district managers.
So ops team effectively means the people who were doing the day-to-day.
The day-to-day, the
work.
operations team. Yes.
The management of the people who did the day-to-day work.
That's correct.
Caring for clients.
That's correct.
We heard some evidence yesterday from Diane about some other meetings that she was required to attend. For example, a wage analysis meeting. Was that a meeting that you attended?
They took place before I joined Afford.
So by the time you joined Afford, the wage analysis meetings were no longer taking place?
That's correct.
I think you said there was a slight overlap in the time that you commenced and the time that
About 3 to
Diane
4
departed,
weeks.
but they weren't a feature by the time you started as
That's
district
correct.
manager. And the other meeting that she referred to was a sales analysis meeting. Was that occurring?
Again, before my time.
Were there meetings, you've identified team leader, district manager and executive meetings. Were there separate meetings at which there was an analysis of the staffing level and NDIS income that was being received from each centre?
Not during my time. No.
That didn't happen anymore by the time you arrived.
That's correct.
The meetings that you did attend, you mentioned that there was a focus on the finances always at the outset of the meeting. What kinds of things were discussed at those meetings that related to the finances?
Just each team's performance, anything related to what the income coming in for each team is, as well as the outstanding monies that are owed in terms of what we call back claim to us, and any outstanding activity fees from clients.
And did you get the sense that the focus on the financials imposed some pressure on each of the centres to make sure that they were performing well financially?
Yes, yes.
And did you also get the sense that that a priority should be making sure that all the financial reporting documents that needed to be done, invoicing and any other wrap-up documents to report on how each individual site was performing should be prioritised by the staff at the centres?
It was always that way, that was the priority, yes.
Can I turn now to
Have you finished with 4.32?
no, I will
okay.
be on it for quite some time, Chair.
Carry on.
Is it the case, just before I move on, is it the case that two sets of spreadsheets needed to be created by the team leaders at the time that you were started as district manager, and one of them was a weekly sales analysis spreadsheet? Did that have to be completed?
Yes, it did.
And did the separate spreadsheet called the wage analysis spreadsheet also have to be created?
There was no spreadsheet for the wage analysis.
All right.
So it was just comments.
But so that still needed to be created. There wasn't a meeting that was devoted to that spreadsheet
No,
anymore.
no.
What became of the spreadsheet after it was created, after it was completed by team leaders?
Which spreadsheet are you talking about?
The wage analysis spreadsheet, sorry, the weekly sales analysis spreadsheet.
Yeah, so what was required was the team leaders would complete the weekly sales analysis. They'll just input all the data that came from finance. They would comment on any variances, and then they would send that across to the finance department, as well as copying in their district manager.
But it wasn't a requirement after that time for there to be a meeting in which the team leaders had to justify what was in
No,
the spreadsheet?
no,
or
in my
explain it?
time, no.
It went to you. What function did you have in reviewing or acting on the sales analysis spreadsheets you received?
Yeah, so my part was just reviewing the income coming in, making sure that if there was any variances, that they had comments that were accompanying those variances. So that way we could see, why there would be a variance in what the client services were due to be delivered and what was actually actual services delivered.
Sorry, and when you speak of that discrepancy, does that mean the discrepancy between the services that were provided in a particular week and what was allowed in the client's NDIS plan?
That's correct.
Yes. To the extent that there were variances, you said that they had to be justified. What do you mean by that?
So it's just a general comment in there. So there could be, example, a client attends 5 days a week, but they only attended 3. So that's why there was a variance, or there was a request for additional services. So that's why the amount invoiced was higher than what their weekly invoices would regularly be.
And Did you, after receiving the weekly sales analysis spreadsheets, then have to collect together the information in each of them and create a larger report for your district?
No,
You just passed on those reports were passed on and dealt with by finance.
That's
You didn't
right.
need to do anything else.
that's correct.
Did you ever get any directions from finance or from the state executive or from the CEO that there were problems with the financial performance that was reported in those spreadsheets and directed to investigate, do something about it at an individual site under your management?
Yes.
Can you give an example of when that occurred?
It could be when the team leaders are posting the plan managed invoices, which we do on a weekly basis as opposed to daily with the NDIA managed clients. And if they put the incorrect posting date, it will not show the actual figure that was delivered for the services for the previous week.
And I take it that you would get a complaint by finance that had happened and you'd need to direct the team leader to fix that up.
Not so much a complaint, it was just an observation from finance. Even though it's already been claimed, it would just reflect in the following week's figures.
Were issues that were fed back to you ever more substantive? This particular centre isn't charging enough to clients as against what's allocated in their plan, problems of that nature that were identified to you?
No.
I'll turn now to the second matter that you refer to in 4.32A, and that's the culture of rewarding staff. I've got a couple of questions about that, but generally, is it right that there was a philosophy that one of the ways in which Afford could grow as a business was if they had a happy and well recompensed staff who enjoyed their job and therefore would perform better?
Yeah, look, a happy work environment is always going to make people more inclined to come to work.
Do you remember that being a particular message that was communicated by the CEO or
No.
any of your managers above that?
Not in my time, it hasn't been.
Can you tell me, when you speak of a culture of rewarding staff, what are some examples of the way in which that occurred during the period that you were district manager?
So PACES was one way of rewarding staff.
And that's a bonus performance system.
That's correct.
And were there any other ways in which there were staff rewards that existed on a cultural level?
Yeah, so we had monthly customer service awards for staff who were nominated by their peers for outstanding work that they've observed them doing.
And was there also any culture that related to ensuring that staff could socialise and celebrate and have parties?
So you're referring to Buzz Nights?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you, we'll start where we ended. Can you tell the Commission about Buzz Nights and how they operated?
Yeah, so Buzz Nights were events that were put on at the end of team meetings. Generally, team meetings were held after the day's clients had gone home, and they were once a month. And the purpose of the Buzz Nights was just to create that happy team environment for everyone to come mingle with each other and just enjoy each other's company and interact with people who they may not interact with on a daily basis, given that everyone's availability is different from each other's.
Did you see any downsides in Buzz Nights being held?
There has been a few which can be taken advantage of, given that there was a dollar figure allocated per head. And if they're off-site, then if you were not there, obviously you don't know what you know if you're not there. So there definitely could be some downsides to that. Yeah.
When you say you don't know what you don't know when you're not there, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that people who didn't attend these parties were out of the loop or not included in the same way as other staff members did? Or
No, so as a district manager, I very rarely attended Buzz Nights. So I was not there to observe what was happening, and you're just taking it from the feedback that you'd hear from team leaders about what the event was and what they were doing at the event.
Okay, and what was the feedback you were receiving?
It was quite positive what I was receiving, that staff loved it. You know, it was a way for them to generally have a meal together and just share a few laughs and a few stories and, you know, get to know people outside of work and, you know, who they are and what motivates them.
Did you ever observe that social functions like buzz nights were better attended and attracted more interest than, say, meetings at which you and the team leaders had to explain matters that were relevant to the care of clients, such as safety issues or client-specific issues?
No, so in order to go to it, like to be included in the buzz night, you had to attend a team meeting. So you couldn't just turn up to the buzz night without attending the meeting and being a part of that.
When you say you couldn't do one without the other, was that because they were held at the same time?
The team meeting would be held first, and then they would have the buzz night afterwards.
Then I'll move back then to PACES. We've heard some explanation from the witness, Rachel, earlier today. I'm not sure whether you were here to hear that.
Yes, I was.
And she gave an account of how it is that PACES operated. To your memory, when you were district manager, the team leaders under your management, if they did meet the PACES criteria, and as I understand it, you had to achieve 80% of all of the criteria.
That's correct.
In PACES. If they achieved that outcome, how much money did the team leader get?
My understanding is it's roughly about $1,000. It just depends on the size and scale of each site.
So that's $1,000 per quarter, give or take.
Correct.
Was there any flow down of bonuses for senior lifestyle assistants, lifestyle assistants who were employed at that site?
Yeah, so the senior lifestyle assistant, they would also receive the PACES incentive, and any staff who participated in, say, the coordination of fire drills or site safety inspections or holding team meetings and doing the minutes and the like.
Because they were all criteria that had to be
That's correct.
ticked off for the purposes of
That's correct.
qualifying for PACES bonuses.
Yes.
Now, turning to your position, am I right that that your entitlement to a bonus was dependent on the performance of each of the sites that you managed?
That's correct.
So if they qualified for a PACES bonus, you qualified for a
That's correct.
PACES bonus, and if they didn't, you didn't.
That is correct.
Right? How much money would you get? I take it you received your bonus on a per site basis.
That is correct.
And how much did you get per site?
It'd be the same amount that each team leader would get.
So for each team leader getting 1,000, you're getting 1,000, but you can get every quarter $7,000.
That is correct.
So that means that over a calendar year, you can potentially, if all of your sites perform well, get $28,000.
That is correct.
Did that flow further up the chain from you? Was there an equivalent benefit to state executive managers?
There was, yes.
And was it also $1,000 per site?
No, I believe it was 50% of what each of the district managers received.
We've heard some criticisms that, and Rachel gave her opinion on it in the statement that we heard before lunch, that PACES wasn't a good measure of how staff and a particular site was performing, and that part of the issue is that it was largely a box ticking exercise. Do you agree with that assessment?
Not within my district, no.
Why do you say not within your district?
So my high performing sites who, were meeting all the criteria, they were the ones who were passing, but the ones that there, was a few issues with, compliance, they were not meeting the PACES criteria.
All right. I'm not sure that entirely answers my question about whether or not it's a box ticking exercise, because if all that seems to say is that some of your sites tick the boxes better than other sites did. Do you agree with that? No,
well, there's a set list of tasks that each of the staff need to do, and it's just a part of their daily duties. So it's not ticking the boxes just to meet the criteria. It's ensuring that the day-to-day tasks that you do are being done and they're being done correctly.
Can I just turn to the awards that you also referred to? Did you see any downsides in that award system operating? It's nominated by peers, and presumably there was recognition in Afford publications of whoever won the award.
No, I actually think it's a great thing.
Okay. You've identified a culture of rewarding staff as being a cultural problem. Can you explain to the Commission exactly how the bonus system and the award system created cultural problems?
I'm not sure what you mean by how they were creating the reward
Well,
system.
you've said in your
problems.
statement that,
Yep.
there were examples of there being issues with the culture at Afford, and I'm trying to get you
Yep.
to identify in what respects they created problems with the culture at Afford.
I don't think the staff customer service awards created any issues with the culture. Actually, think it promoted people to identify others doing the right thing and to feel encouraged to speak up and let everyone know that staff member A is doing a fantastic job.
Was there a financial benefit attached to receiving one of the awards?
There was, yes.
And how much was that?
Not sure the exact figure. Yeah.
Mr. Adamson, for the 2 years you were district manager, may we take it from your evidence that you got bonuses of $28,000 per annum during that 2-year period?
No, I never received those.
Sorry,
I didn't receive 28,000.
what did you receive?
I don't know the figure per annum. I just know the total figure to date.
You can't remember.
No.
Did you get bonuses in respect of each of the 7 units for which you were responsible in each year?
I did, but not all the sites achieved the bonus.
Right. Why did you get that bonus? What did you do to earn it?
So part of my criteria for qualifying was ensuring that I was there to support and mentor my team and making sure that they were doing everything that was required to them to actually meet the required fields of the PACEs.
And yet in your own statement, you accept that during this period, there was a culture of concentrating on financial success, a culture where Afford staff were reluctant to speak up and share ideas, a culture by inference where families were not included and there was not a strong sense of community, a culture where there had not been a priority accorded to safeguarding the safety of service users, and a culture that did not place appropriate emphasis to promote a safer, more exclusive environment for service users. That's what follows from paragraph 4.32, doesn't it?
Yes,
And yet you still got your bonuses.
yes.
What for?
So I was, given the bonus for doing my job.
Did it ever occur to you to ask why a non-profit organisation which had as a mission to support people with disability and above all to ensure their safety and well-being should embrace a philosophy of expansion and B, an emphasis on financial success? Did it ever occur to you to ask?
No.
Have you asked since?
So
Since your time as a district manager?
I've asked since stepping up into the executive manager role.
Yes.
Um,
And what answer have you got?
the answer that I got at the time is that's what it was and that's what it's always been. And it's been in place the whole time.
That's what it was and it's always been.
Correct.
Did that answer satisfy you?
At the time, it did, yes.
It did.
Yes.
By the way, paragraph 4.32, are they your words or did someone else write it for you?
So on page 14,
Sorry?
on page 14.
Yes, bottom of page
Yep.
14.
Oh, yes, they're my words. Yes.
Yeah, are they your words?
Yes,
You wrote them.
correct.
You realise, do you, I put it to you, that apart from the acknowledgement in the first sentence of each of A and B, the rest of it sounds like an advertisement, doesn't it?
Yes. Could read that way.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sorry, Ms. Gleeson again. I'll try and keep myself under control.
Can I suggest from the second part of your answer in 4.32A that one of the problems with the culture of rewarding staff that you've identified is that there's then, because there's a financial benefit attached, a focus at every centre on completing the PACES criteria rather than doing what the centre is there to do, which is to pay attention to clients, make sure they're receiving good quality care and that their safety is being appropriately safeguarded. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Yes.
Can I move on to B? You identify there that there was previously a culture where Afford staff were reluctant to speak up and share ideas. Can you tell the commissioners why that was so? What caused that to be a cultural issue at Afford?
Yeah. So if you spoke up, you'll often shut down, and sometimes you will shut down in a public forum with all your other peers, either on the phone or on the Teams conference. So that just discouraged people from actually speaking up in those open forums
So if a team
under the
leader
previous
thought that,
management.
if a team leader thought that there was an issue, for example, with the way in which a centre was set up and the safety of clients in that centre, and they raised that at one of the team meetings, they would be publicly rebuked. Is that right?
Not so much the team in the higher team meeting, just not their team meetings. Yes.
So there is the culture of, you've talked about Afford staff here. Are you saying to me that the cultural issue that you're identifying was at the more senior executive levels?
That's right. So from the team leader level and then above. So if you're a team leader or a district manager and you are trying to speak up about something, quite often you'll shut down.
Was it ever the case that if you spoke up about an issue, you may find that there was some performance management issue raised against you?
I never experienced that. No.
Did you ever observe it happening to anyone else?
No.
You say that in the second sentence, the focus has shifted to encouraging staff to speak up and provide feedback to improve the quality of services and activities provided by Afford. Can you give examples of what is being done to encourage staff to speak up and contribute to the quality of services at Afford?
Yeah, so since the change in senior leadership from the CEO level down, we're actually been encouraged to speak up. We have our executive team that are wanting to know who each individual team leader is, which district manager, and get to know them a lot more, but also asking them questions when they're visiting them face to face. What are some of the problems that you see? What are some of the areas of success? So that way, they're able to speak up in a more comfortable environment without fear of being, ridiculed or anything like that.
Have you observed so far, and I accept you're now a couple of levels above the day-to-day goings on at centres, and can I ask you, before asking my next question, you've told the Commission about the frequency with which you visited centres when you were the district manager.
Yes. Now
Now that you're at a level of national executive, how often do you get to visit sites of Afford around the country?
So majority of the time in this role was during the pandemic, so I was unable to travel around. That's the same as the district managers, given the lockdown orders that were in place. But since we've been able to move around freely, I try to get out to each of the sites at least once or twice a week to be with the district managers, just depending on what site they're at. I try and make time to be there with them and spend the whole day there with them.
It seems to me that there's two ways in which you can encourage staff to contribute in the manner that you've identified. And one of them is that there would need to be a concerted effort and perhaps a direction amongst the senior managers that was the way that you were going to conduct yourselves going forward. Has that happened?
We're still on that path.
And how do you see that path operating? What's going to be done to make sure that there is systems in place and a culture in place that encourages staff to speak up and identify problems and issues?
So we're starting to see a more professional level of the senior executive team. There is new department heads coming on board on the regular. We know what areas they're actually predominantly looking after. So we know now that if I have an issue with this particular area, I know who to go to. It's not focused more on the district managers and team leaders. There is actual highly skilled, qualified people who are overseeing those areas. So we have a direct reference point to go to. And, we're on that path to continuous improvement, especially in those areas where it's been well overdue.
The other way in which I can see that that senior management can encourage staff to speak up and provide their input into the way in which services should be delivered is that if they're confident that when they do that, not only will their input be welcome, but that it will be acted on. What systems, procedures or policies are being devised or are in place to ensure that when an issue exists, it's either acted on or there's some explanation about why it isn't?
Yeah. So there has been a review of all our systems and policies, but I do know now, speaking to my new direct line manager, that if there is an issue, he's acting on it, and I'm getting constant feedback about what he's done, as well as what has been committed to, which is great, because it's allowing me to know something is actually happening. Whereas in the past, once you discharge the information above, you would never know unless you were constantly following up.
Now, the next matter in 4.3.2c is that there has been a cultural shift relating to the inclusions of families and community at lifestyle centres. Now, I take it you were here on Monday and heard the evidence of the parents of three of the clients of the centre, and some of their quite considerable issues they had in trying to communicate with the board in relation to their children. What were your observations when you were district manager about the way in which the clients of the centre and their support people were able to communicate and give input into the way in which the clients were receiving services at the centre?
Yeah, so it was done in conjunction with the team leader. So they would communicate either via phone, text message, email. So they were the communication channels. Some families would drop their loved ones off at the centre, so they were able to speak face to face there. And we did hold things in the past called carers events, which were quarterly events where we'd invite carers to come along and provide feedback and input into how the centre was operating.
And again, it's very commendable that there's now occasions created for families to visit centres and to be involved and raise feedback. What's being done to make sure that when families do raise concerns at those events, that those concerns are being acted on and that someone is checking that the families and, more importantly, the clients are receiving an appropriate response to the issues they raise?
Yeah, so a lot of what I just spoke about earlier was pre the pandemic. So there was a lengthy period in between where no one was coming to the sites, but was able to communicate. But now it's just communicating with the families, letting them know who we are and that we're available. So for myself in my level, so they know who I am, that I've got open line for them to come to me, as well as the district managers and the team leaders. So they're starting to have a lot more of that engagement again. And over time, once a lot of the roles are redefined, we'll start to allow, there'll be more capacity for the team leaders to have that family and carer engagement.
Now, engagement in particular events is very nice, but the experiences that we heard about on Monday involved there being, I think it's fair to say, two elements. And the first element was that there would be a problem with the way that that client services were being delivered. And it was very difficult for the clients to get any effective response from team leaders and above as to how that problem was going to be dealt with. That's one. And two was that the clients felt like they weren't getting sufficient information about what was happening to their children at the site. So I withdraw that. The support people were not getting enough information about what was happening to their children at the site, so that very often there may have been a bad experience, an incident occurring that they simply weren't being told about or weren't being told about in a timely manner. What's being done to make sure that doesn't happen and that there's a proper line of communication between clients, their support people and the staff at Affords Day Centres?
Yeah, so the incident that you're referring to with the three, so the team leader at the time is no longer with Afford. With the team leaders that are there now, and it's across the board, they're doing a lot more engagement with families picking up the phone, but obviously more can be done. So I think it's important that we're communicating a lot better than what we did previously, because that's a common theme, but it's just making sure that our team leaders know that first and foremost that they're encouraged to pick up the phone and speak to the families, invite the families in. So there's no priority on anything else except for clients and the families. So in the past it was, I needed to finish task ABC. Now task ABC is not the priority, it's picking up the phone.
I think in fairness, the issues that were raised by the parents that gave evidence on Monday traversed a number of team leaders. In fact, one of the problems they identified was that there was a turnover of team
Yes.
leaders, and so that they had problems with communication and problems of continuity of what services that they were receiving from the team leaders. Is that an issue that still persists at Afford, that there is a high turnover of staff and that impacts on the manner in which clients receive their services?
So staff as in team leaders or staff as in staff in general?
Staff in general, but team leaders being the problem
Yeah.
that I've identified here.
So in the time that I was looking after Mount Druitt, there was 6 team leaders. 2 of those left because of performance related matters. 1 relocated and 1 was just filling in until the other one came on board. So yeah, there has been a high turnover, but we've been able to stop that turnover. So the team leader that's in place at the moment's been there for about 15 months now.
And that's at one site. You're now overseeing Afford nationally. Are you finding that there are issues with turnover of staff, or has that regularised so that there's greater continuity of care occurring across the
Yeah,
board
so
at
the
Afford?
team leaders we have in place, they've been in place for the whole duration that I've been in this role. There's only been a slight turnover, and that's just due to people moving out of the sector or people, opting against being vaccinated, which is a requirement.
All right. Have you identified that as being a significant problem with staff take up?
I think it's a problem for the whole sector, the vaccinations, yeah, which we support.
All right. Just one final question. You've talked about changing a culture so that there's a greater encouragement and engagement with staff, but how is it that you can be satisfied that having that as a worthy goal is actually going to be in force at each of the centres? What policies are in place in relation to how staff should be communicating with clients and with their support people, so that there's some metric against you can measure whether or not issues that are raised are actually being dealt with?
Yeah, so there's no policy currently in place, but we're working through those. So obviously in the past, there was no things like surveys and stuff, but there'll obviously be something I'm sure the organisation will look at moving forward.
I mean, it seems to me that in matters as seriousness as a concern that might be raised, for example, about how it is that a behaviour management plan or a medication management plan is being administered at the sites, it would be important for there to be some log of those concerns being raised, so that it could be tracked that those concerns are then being met in the same way as a complaint is, even though it may not be a problem, it is simply a concern or an issue that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, so and with those examples, so all staff have, so frontline staff have a quarterly staff development plan meeting with their team leader, where they go through, obviously their performance, any issues, any complaints that have come to light, any compliments that they've received. Obviously, if there is stuff that, team leaders find out, they have those conversations at that moment in time rather than waiting for the SDP.
All right, and I'll go very quickly to 4.32D. You refer to there being a cultural shift to safeguarding and prioritising the safety of service users. That begs the question, what was the cultural problem that meant that safeguarding and prioritising the safety of service users was not being addressed
Yeah,
prior
it's
to the appointment of the new CEO?
yeah, it sat on with the district managers and the team leaders. So there was no team above to provide that guidance and support. But
And
with-
this is the issue that you were referring to earlier, that there was no central department that was focused on safeguarding
That's
as
correct.
a general issue.
That's correct.
Then the last is that there's now a greater emphasis placed on lifestyle centres to promote a safer, more inclusive environment for service users. Now, you've just spoken about there being problems at the central level.
Yep.
This sounds to me like you're identifying a cultural problem that existed at a centre to centre level. Can you tell us about what the problems were in the culture at each centre that meant that emphasis wasn't being placed on a safer, more inclusive environment for service users?
Yeah, so with this here, so it's about making sure that all the staff at the ground level also understand their roles and responsibility when it comes to providing care and support, and that we're there to support them and make everyone understand that it's all about the client, all about including the client. It's all about the client choice. It's not so much about what individuals want to do on a daily basis. If a client wants to do one activity, then we could do that activity. We don't just go off and do what the staff want to do or what a different group are going to do. So it's about more of the client steering us about what they want to do in line with their goals, rather than just being a part of the group and doing what the group activity would be for the day.
A greater emphasis that is on there being choice and control, in the clients.
Absolutely.
In relation to safety, did you observe that there was a cultural problem which meant that safety was not an emphasis in the way in which the staff at lifestyle centres were caring for their clients?
So with that, it's about making sure they understand what is a safe working environment for them, but what's a safe environment for our clients to attend as well. So it could be as little as making sure that risk assessments are completed when going out and attending activities, which is something that never happened in the past. So yeah, doing all those checks before to make sure that where a client is going, it's safe for them to actually attend that venue or go to that park.
Is what you're telling me that there was a lack of awareness or understanding amongst staff at the day centres about what they needed to do to safeguard clients against risks of harm?
I think they were doing the best to their ability with what they knew.
And what were the shortcomings in what they knew, to your observation?
There was just a lack of information provided to them about risk and safety. For example, if you were going out to a venue and doing a risk assessment on that venue.
What were the issues with a lack of awareness related to the policies and procedures that are in place to ensure that clients' safety was safeguarded?
All the policies and procedures have been reviewed, but yeah, they could have played a pace. Yep.
And what way would that have contributed to your observation?
Just by them obviously feeling like they're doing a great job, but understanding that more can be done. So their perception is they're doing a great job, but ensuring that we're providing them with the right tools to do that job.
And when you say they're not being provided with the right tools, does that mean that in your assessment, when you were district manager and then state executive manager, that the policies and procedures that were in place were not the right tools to assist lifestyle assistants to understand what their obligations were in relation to safeguarding clients from harm?
So the policies and procedures that were in place at that time were, we were following them. So they were our guide. So whatever was in those is what we stuck to. obviously we now know that there's a lot more than what's in the document. We can, in some cases, apply common sense.
When you were district manager, did it occur to you that there were some deficiencies in the policies? Because after all, you were the person to whom the team managers were directly responsible, weren't you?
Yeah, so the team leaders were responsible for it.
Yes. Well, did it occur to you that the policies were defective?
No, so they didn't occur to me at the time.
I may say so. It seems a rather unquestioning attitude for someone with responsibilities for the management of 7 units. You understood, didn't you, that the highest priority had to be the safety and well-being of participants in the program?
Absolutely.
And yet you're telling us that there were clear deficiencies in the policies, procedures and practices adopted at the time. That's what you're telling us, isn't it?
Yes.
And none of this occurred to you?
So at the time, if it was doing a risk assessment, no, it didn't occur to me that a risk assessment needed to be done on a park, for example.
I see. Oh, by the way, what training did you get when you began as district manager?
I had 1 day visiting the sites, that was it. And then I did the online training modules before I started.
That was it.
That was it.
What training did you get in the operation of the statutory framework to which you refer in your statement?
I've had no
None.
additional training. No, it was just handover from above.
Did you ever know anything at all about the requirements of the NDIS Act?
Not until I joined.
Not while you were a district manager.
When I was a district manager, yes. Also through my child who has a disability.
No, I'm asking when you joined Afford,
Yes,
you said the only training you got was 1 day at the site. That was it.
that's right. I had a
And
1
now
day
I'm
handover.
asking you, what did you understand about the statutory framework that governed the operations of Afford at the day programs for which you were responsible? And I'm asking you, what did you know about that statutory framework?
At the time, nothing.
Did you have any training at all?
No.
Did you ever have occasion to look at the definition of reportable incident?
After I started doing them, yes.
After,
Once I started completing reportable incidents, so I got an understanding of what they were. But there was no training on reportable incidents when I first started.
my question was whether you had occasion to look at the definition of reportable incidents under the legislation.
Yes,
When did that happen? Well, you said when you started doing reportable incidents, was that 3 months after you started as a district manager, a year after, towards
No,
the end?
It was a couple of months after. It was around August, so 2 months after.
Are you familiar now with the requirements of the
I am.
NDIS Act?
Yes,
Hmm.
yes.
But it never occurred to you once you became familiar with the definition, which happens to be in section 73Z subsection 4, it never occurred to you that a failure to administer medication inadvertently could be a reportable incident?
That's correct.
Hmm.
Just picking up on the chair's questions, I take it you're not a lawyer?
No,
No, and nobody's asking you to read and interpret the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act, for example. You had to have that information presented to you in such a way that you could understand what the requirements were without having to look up each of the pieces of
That's correct.
legislation. How was that done when you were district manager?
so it was just by myself, just looking online.
When you say looking online, were you looking online at the Act and the practice standards and code of conduct
That's
under
correct.
the Act?
Yes,
And did you inform yourself by any guidance that was issued, for example, by the NDIS?
so everything I learned about it was just all online.
Did you do that for the purposes of your role as district manager, or did you do that to inform yourself as part of what you were doing to assist in the care of your child?
It was a bit of both.
All right. I take it from what you've just told me that if you needed to inform yourself of those things, no one at Afford was making sure that people from district manager and below were aware of what their compliance requirements were under all of the applicable legislation.
I'm not sure what they've done before I started, but yeah.
I'm talking about what was done after you started in relation to people at your level and below who were under your management.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, no one was.
No one was. Did you ever think that it would be appropriate to introduce some level of understanding for the team leaders, senior lifestyle assistants and lifestyle assistants in the day centres that were under your management?
So the team that when I started, they were already in place and they had a good understanding of it. And those that joined who were not promoted from within, who joined external, had come from leadership roles within the sector.
Did you get a sense or have an impression that to the extent that there were legislative requirements that they were addressed in the policies and procedures in relation to reporting of incidents, for example?
I believe so, yes.
Did you know from reading the policies that they were designed to do that?
Yes.
All right. I might take you back now to the commencement of your employment.
Yep.
Your role as a district manager was your first role in disability support, is that right?
That's correct.
And for a period before that, you worked in aged care from 2016
That's
to
correct.
2019. You were in a regional management position when you were working in aged care,
That's correct.
similar to the role that you'd occupied as district manager
That's
once you
correct.
moved to Afford. In your statement at paragraphs 111 to 115, and that's on page 3, you set out your qualifications. There aren't any qualifications in relation to the provision of disability services?
That's correct.
You didn't, for example, do a certificate for in disability
No,
at any time
No.
before or after? Were you aware of whether or not it was a requirement for district managers to have that qualification?
my understanding is no, based off myself not having it.
Yes, that's a fair conclusion. Prior to working in aged care, you worked in banking?
That's correct.
The qualifications that you set out in paragraphs 1.11 to 1.15 of your statement are largely training courses relating to business leadership and things of that nature?
That's correct.
You also speak in 1.13 of your statement, you talk about undertaking a training course being the Afford Academy.
That's correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about the Afford Academy?
Yes, the Ford Academy was designed for district managers just to go over the roles and responsibilities of their role, as well as the reporting on anything, the mandatory reports that we had to report through to senior leadership. It went through things like reporting reportable incidents on PRODA. It went through how to lead your team, how to mentor your team. It was an in-house internal training program.
How long did it go for?
It went for 4 days.
4 days. When did you complete the Afford Academy training?
It was early 2020 from memory.
Early 2020.
Yeah.
So you'd been in the position of district manager for more than 6 months.
Yes.
When you attended
Yes.
the Afford Academy. Was that because it had just been introduced at that time?
That's right. It was a new thing.
Did the Afford Academy include any modules in relation to abuse and neglect and responding to risks to clients in relation to their health and safety?
Health and safety, yes, but not abuse and neglect from my memory.
Wasn't part of the
From my
Afford
memory, yeah.
Academy curriculum. All right. Who was eligible to attend the Afford Academy? District managers, team leaders?
So there was different categories. So there was the district manager Afford Academy, which all the district managers attended from both day program and accommodation. Then there was the team leader one for all the team leaders across the same programs. And then there was ones for staff who were identified as part of this Step Up program.
And the Step Up program was a program where you'd identify people who were performing well and put them on a track for promotion. Is that right?
Yeah, or their development plan in their meetings with their team leaders, they expressed the desire to further their career into a leadership role.
All right. Did you participate in the Step Up program?
No.
What proportion of the Afford Academy, when you attended it, was related to issues of business development, growth, financial performance, financial statements, dealing with invoicing, dealing with NDS, DIS charging requirements, things of that nature?
Yeah, all of those formed a large part of the training.
Would you say the majority?
Yeah, about 65% of it was all related to those. Yes.
Who was the trainer at the Afford Academy?
It was the previous chief operations officer.
I wanted to go now just to paragraph 2.1 of your statement, which is on page 4. And if that can go up on the screen, because I'll spend a bit of time on it. I just want to ask about some of the responsibilities that
Ms.
you
Gleeson, sorry
identified.
to interrupt. Do you mind if I can ask the question about the training?
Of course.
Mr. Adamson, before you go on, Ms. Gleeson, into that new topic, Mr. Adamson, just a few questions about the training that you received or have received. Have you received training on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities? Has Afford provided you with training on that?
No.
At all?
No.
Nothing at all?
Nothing at all.
Do you have an understanding of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities?
Only through what I know of my son.
So that I understand, Afford did not provide training, as far as you know, on the Convention
That's correct.
to any staff.
I know it wasn't provided to myself, and I believe not to others.
So it's fair to say that the Convention is not part of the everyday conversation that you have with your staff and management and the board?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I've just been made aware of the time. Was there an intention to take a short break in the afternoon session?
By all means, I might just ask Commissioner Bennett if she has any questions at this stage without prejudice to her right to ask questions at the end.
Ms. Gleeson, are you going to ask, you're about to go into 2.1 and
Yes.
roles and responsibilities.
Yes.
That's probably the point that I would like to ask
Interject
something
whenever
in.
you like, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Right, in that case, it's now just after 3 o'clock. If we resume at 3:20, is that right? And could you give an indication without a completely binding commitment as to how long you're likely to be?
I think I will go into tomorrow.
We'll go into tomorrow.
Yes, but
Oh.
not for a lengthy period, maybe for an hour
Right.
or so.
Very good. All right. Well, you better make sure that Mr. Adamson is aware that that is going to happen, as I'm sure he now is, and that the necessary arrangements can be made.
I will have a discussion.
So
with
does
him
that
once-
mean we're likely to finish at 4 today or 4:15?
I'm in the chair's hand.
Well,
I can go. earlier.
You discuss it carefully with Mr. Griffin and let us know
I
what the
will.
outcome is. Yes, well, it's
The Royal Commission is adjourned. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Yes,
Yeah, having had a discussion with Mr. Griffin moments ago, 4:15 I think is an appropriate
4:15.
cut-off time.
By majority, we were hoping it would be 4, but nonetheless, we shall press on.
I will endeavour to complete what I wish to complete by 4, but I'm going to give myself the buffer.
Very good.
Can I just?
Mr. Griffin is very hard man.
Mr. Adamson, can I just ask one follow-up question from the questions that I was asking before the break? You mentioned that the COO was the person who administered the Afford Academy. Could you just tell us which COO that was?
So to name them,
Yes,
yep, Joy Kumar.
thank you. Right, now I was taking you before the adjournment to page 4 of your statement, which is the table that you've set out of your responsibilities for each of your roles, but I'm interested in what you've described as your responsibilities as district manager. Can I just go through a few of them? The second dot point has got monitoring team leaders to ensure they're providing adequate assistance and care during weekly visits to each lifestyle centre. And you gave some evidence about that before the break. Do you agree with me that that particular function is largely directed at you ensuring that clients of Afford are receiving appropriate quality of service?
That's correct.
And then the next one is ensuring daily lodgement of service use of progress notes. We've heard some evidence earlier that progress notes were the way in which lifestyle assistants did the billing, as it were, for the purposes of charging back to NDIS plans. Do you agree with me that the function of ensuring that those notes were lodged on a daily basis is largely directed to ensuring that Afford is receiving appropriate income from the services that they provide?
It forms part of it, but it also identifies what was done throughout the day.
The progress notes, were they used for any purpose other than matching up the invoicing that was generated for NDIS plans?
They could be used to add just general comments and file notes. If you've had a conversation with the family, you could put the comment in there just as a general comment.
And was that in a line item that had a charge code attached?
There
to
was
it?
no charge to that.
All right. But the primary function, you'd agree with me, was that was a billing function.
That's
for the
correct.
purpose of recovering payment. The next one is mentoring lifestyle assistants and team leaders in maintaining relationships with stakeholders in external group homes. Can you explain to me what that means? I assume it is some of the clients of Afford are also residents of group homes. But when you describe those group homes as stakeholders, what does that mean?
So they're external to Afford. So
Yes.
they're, I guess, a business partner where a client would be living in a supported accommodation external to Afford and joining our day programs for their daily activities. So it was important to have that relationship with them so that way we could have open conversations if there was anything that happened with the client over the night, or if there's any observations that they had that may impact on the client, their behaviours or their well-being or their mood when they've attended the day program.
Was the purpose of maintaining that relationship also so that business could be referred as between the group home and the day centre managed by Afford?
No, I don't believe so. It's with clients and the family's choice.
The next is ensuring adequate rostering and staff allocation. Do you agree with me that that's probably got a dual function? One is making sure that clients are appropriately allocated to the staff that they need to manage their care, particularly within the confines of their plans. But your statement says that rostering forms an integral part of the way in which Afford charges the NDIS plan, because it charges in accordance with the staff that are allocated to each of the clients. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it's an income function as well as a client service function.
Yes,
The next is ensuring service documentation and profiles on the SIM system are accurate.
that's correct.
Can you tell the Commission about why it is important for that? Sorry, I'll withdraw that question. I'll ask a different one. Can you tell us, we've heard some evidence about it before, but can you tell us about what service documentation is included on the SIM system and why it's important that it be there and accurate?
Yes, it allows us to identify the client's goals, their behaviours, any plans that they may have, so around behaviour support plans, mealtime management plans, asthma plans and the like. So that way we have all that information at hand. There's also the client information, so emergency contact details, families, numbers, emails and the like. So.
It's important that information is accurate because it is in some cases vital to maintain the safety and well-being of the clients, but it also might be relevant to ensuring that the quality of the care they receive is optimal because it might set out what their limitations are and what they might benefit from as far as the activities that are provided by Afford is concerned. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
Then the next bullet point is working with internal marketing, business development on growth strategies. You'd agree with me that that's purely a business development function.
That's correct.
And then the next one is budget management for the lifestyle centre facilities, which includes ensuring claiming from the DIS is accurate and rosters reflect the care needs of service users. Again, that's a dual function. There's
Yes.
an income function and a care function.
Yes,
And then lastly, ensuring site vehicles are branded and in working order is largely a care and business function. It
Correct.
keeps the service going if you've got working vehicles.
correct.
Thank you. I'd like to turn now to the subject of Daniel Namali and your involvement in the reporting of that incident.
Yes,
Now, you commenced at Afford in June 2019, which is the same month as Mr. Namali, is that right?
that's correct.
Did you have any role in his recruitment or induction?
No.
When did you first become aware that charges had been laid against Mr. Namali?
I was at Mount Druitt day program and the police arrived in the afternoon whilst I was on the premises.
So the police came to Mount Druitt.
That's correct.
Did they come to Mount Druitt to arrest Mr. Namali?
They did ask if he was on site, which he wasn't, but I believe if he was there, he could have been.
Did you engage with the police when they arrived at Mount Druitt?
I did.
And what did you discuss there?
So the police asked me first and foremost if Daniel was on site, which I responded by no. They asked who I was and I explained who I was, so they were comfortable to talk to myself. And they went into some details about the reason why they were seeking Daniel, but they didn't go into a lot of the specifics because it was obviously an ongoing investigation that they had started. But they seen behind where they were sitting, there was client files and they had the client's photos on there, and they asked who these clients are. So from there, we were able to identify some of the clients that they had pointed out to us. And then during that conversation, I felt it was necessary to call my line manager to let her know that, we have the police on site and it seems to be a serious incident. So we called her, and then we also engaged the then CEO as well, of which myself, the team leader who was on site, the police, my line manager and the CEO had a call, basically a conference call over the phone while the police were on site at Mount Druitt.
So you were the first person to become aware of the pending charges against Mr. Namali, and you immediately escalated it and together senior management engaged with the police. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Is it fair to say that after being advised of the pending charges, you assumed the role of managing the reporting process with the NDIS, Quality and Safety Commission?
Yes, I did the reportables.
I'll refer to it as NDIS just for brevity while we're
Okay.
talking. The first reportable incident report that was submitted to the NDIS was submitted by Christina Emanuel, is that right?
That's correct.
She's the Executive Manager of Commercial Development and Company Secretary. Was she submitting that in the latter capacity, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. At the stage that that first report was submitted, Mr. Numali had been arrested, but is it fair to say that little was known by Ford about what the nature of the charges were at that time?
That's correct.
All right. And then on the 4th of May 2020, you engaged in some email correspondence with the NDIS Commission.
I did, yes.
I'll show you that email. It's at Hearing Bundle E, tab 184. If I can take you back very briefly to page 5291, there's an email there from the NDIS to Ms. Emanuel, but copying you in, and it asks a series of questions, but I'll go for convenience to the first page, 5290, because you insert your answers underneath the request.
Okay.
The first thing that they asked, and this is at the first bullet point in the email at the bottom of the page, have you got that with you?
I do.
Is that the Commission's received 2 notifications that appear to relate to the same allegation, and they'd like confirmation that there's been a duplication in that incident. And your response is that there were 2 incidents, but with one, the initial reporting, and another when you had attended the police station to identify clients.
That's correct.
And that occurred when between the 29th of April and the 4th of May?
I'm not sure the exact date. I can't remember that. Yeah.
You can be rough, a couple of days after the
I
initial.
think it was 2
notification.
days after they called me because it was during the night time I had to go there.
The notification was on the 1st of May. Does that assist your memory that it might have been on that day?
Yes. Yeah.
The
night before it would have been.
Yes. Now, what took place when you attended the police station?
So I met with the constable who was investigating, the detective who was investigating. We went through basically what they have found as part of their investigations, and that it was identified that the clients were Ford clients because of one of the images taken by Daniel having the Ford van in the background. So that's how they linked the client with Ford. And then obviously with Daniel working for a Ford. From there, I was shown a series of images that will stay with me forever. They were blanked out, but it was pretty much easy to see what had happened in those images.
When you say they were blanked out, does that mean that the faces?
The faces I could see, but in terms of their private parts were blanked out.
All right. So you observed the conduct
Yeah.
of Mr. Numali in relation to those clients. How many images roughly were you shown?
There's maybe a dozen, a few more.
Did you watch any videos or was it
No
all
videos.
images? And the purpose of doing that was so that you could assist the police in identifying the particular clients that were involved in the images.
That's right. They wanted me to identify the clients with them, not at the centre when they first arrived.
At that time, did you have any discussion with police about the nature of the charges that they had filed against Mr. Numali?
I had a chat with them, but they were not discussing the nature of the charges, given the investigation was ongoing.
All right. And then I'll just go back to the email. The second bullet point seeks clarification about both incidents referring to the alleged abuse of clients in the plural, and then a request to advise if Ford or New South Wales Police have identified any further persons with disability who may have been impacted, and when a notification will be made about those additional people. And your response was that you'd identified one other client who was at the time of attending the police station unidentified. Can I just clarify with you, was it the case that you had identified a number of clients while you're at the station and then?
So when they first came to the centre, they were pointing to the clients as per their client profiles. But it wasn't until I went to the police station that they showed me another image of a client that they couldn't identify, and I was able to.
So your purpose in attending the police station was to confirm the identity of a number of clients and then also identify one of the clients.
If that client was someone I knew.
All right. Did you understand as a result of this communication that there needed to be further notifications in relation to each of the further incident reports filed with the NDIS in relation to each of the clients individually who were affected by Mr. Umali's conduct?
So at the time of the reportable, we listed all the clients as impacted clients on the one reportable incident.
Yes.
And it wasn't until later on when the commission came back and asked if we could do them individually, just so they could go in with their profiles as well.
Okay. And then just by the third bullet point, you were asked to give some information in relation to the setting of the Paul Street, Mount Druitt site. And you identify there that that there were no clients residing at the address, but that at that time there were 72 clients who attended the day program.
That's correct.
And that there were, of those 2 bullet points down, a mix of support ratios and support needs amongst the clientele.
That's correct.
And then the last bullet point, you identify that the total staff, including team leader and senior lifestyle assistants, was 31.
That's correct.
So that the maximum people who could be present at the Paul Street site at that time was 103 people.
Yes, if
Assuming everyone was on site and everyone was
that's
on
correct.
staff.
That's correct.
Now then, the only thing I'll make reference to in the top email, which is a response by the reportable incidents officer, is that there's a notation that the 5-day notification requirement for the first incident in time was due yesterday and had not been submitted as at that date. Were you responsible for making sure that there was an initial report and then the 5-day follow-up that was required?
Yes.
And what was the reason why that 5-day notification hadn't been submitted at that time?
The requirements in the 5-day notification, there was not enough information to satisfy that, given we had not received a lot of information from the police that we could actually put into that reportable incident.
Did you understand that the 5-day incident reporting requirement had to be submitted regardless of whether or not there was any information to update?
Yes.
What did you understand the purpose of the 5-day requirement to be? Was it to allow, for example, for a service provider to conduct a sufficient investigation so that they could give that additional information, even if that was simply identifying more information about the affected client or more information about the person who had an effect on the incident?
Yeah, that's right. And provide whatever documents that we've been able to discover in that time.
There would have been time, wouldn't there, to have done at least that amount of work as between the first incident and the 5 days?
Yes.
I'll then take you to the 5-day incident report that you filed, but this is in relation to the second notification that you had put in, and it's at Hearing Bundle E, tab 135.
Sorry, could I just make a comment?
Of course.
So this email here, which was sent on the 7th, it's showing the 5-day report is due on the 8th. Yeah, so it was, the email was sent before.
All right, but the observation is
Yeah.
that it expired the day before.
Yes.
Have you got the
It is up,
next
yes.
document up now? Yes. So that's, as I said, that's the 5-day report that was submitted in relation to, you can accept from me, the second report that you filed.
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you some questions about some of the information that is inserted in here. I take it that you completed this form?
Yes.
And if you could just go to page 4.
Ms. Gleeson,
Yes.
I take it that the documents that have been shown redact the names that are meant to be anonymised?
As I understand it, they are not on the live stream, so only the people
They're not?
in this room.
All right,
can see.
okay. Thank you.
And no names obviously will be disclosed in the course of going through this document. Sorry, are you now at 5036? Yes. Just underneath important dates or individuals in response to the question, when did the incident or allegation occur, you've stated that it's unknown,
That's right.
but you had at least some information from the police at that point that there was advice that it started in about July 2019.
That's right. That's,
Presumably because they got the dates of the videos
Yes.
from the phone. So the police at this stage had given you some information about the scope of the,
just the, no specific dates, just the period that they believe.
they hadn't told you anything about charges at this stage? All right, and then over the page on page 5, there's a reference at the top of the page to the district manager, being you, attending Surrey Hills Police Station to give a witness statement in the abuse that the clients had suffered at the hands of a staff member. What was the witness statement that you provided? What was the content of that statement? Was it just identifying?
Just
each of the-
identifying myself and who the clients were that I was able to name.
All right. And were you questioned in any other way about in order to find out any information about how it is that Mr. Namali had contact with these people and how it is that he had the opportunity to do the things that he was recorded doing?
Yeah, so the police did ask those questions.
So you had, again, some sense of what had occurred based on what they knew or what they wanted to find out.
What they were telling me, I was able to.
Had they told you that you weren't to disclose that information to anyone?
Yeah, other than those that I'd spoken to.
All right. Did you raise with them that you had reporting obligations to the NDIS that you would need to comply with?
We did say that, and we also said that when we need to speak to families, we need their consent for the police to speak as well.
All right. And then just completing that page, it's got the police having evidence of the abuse and having attended the Mount Druitt Day program, as you've told the Commission. Can I ask you now to go to page 7? Here it's got support people for the impacted person, and it then states a person hasn't been identified as a support person for the impacted person. I'm curious about that statement in the document, because surely if you knew who each of the clients that were impacted were, you also knew who the support person was for each of those clients, because that information is stored in Afford's files and you regularly engage with those people.
If this was the initial 24-hour notification.
No, this is the 5-day
5
notification.
days. Yeah, I can't recall why that's there.
You agree there was a more complete answer that could have been given there, so that the NDIS had information about who those support people were.
Yes.
Now, can I ask you to briefly look at pages 5042 through to 5047, and can I ask you, after you've looked at that, just to, if you agree with me that you've identified 7 subjects of allegation in that part of the report?
That's right, yeah, 7. Yeah.
Can I ask you now to go to page 19? That's a section on immediate action taken, and it says, has a risk assessment been undertaken in response to the incident? And the answer is no, and the reason for not undertaking the risk assessment is that it's under police investigation.
Yes.
Did you discuss with the police the need, under the Ford's obligations under the relevant legislation, and also simply because it was a necessary thing to do in the circumstances to conduct a risk assessment?
So no, but I did explain to them that they did explain to me that we need to not do what we normally would to compromise the investigation. Just normally, yeah, would do.
Was there any discussion about the tension between things that you needed to do to make sure that, because it was now known that there was this staff member who had been abusing certain clients, that there needed to be a risk assessment to make sure that, firstly, no other clients were at risk, and secondly, that there were no staff members who might be engaging in the same conduct?
No, but there was numerous conversations that the police had without me being there with other people of the senior executive team.
Can I ask you to go to page 21? This is a section in relation to immediate action in relation to the impacted person. And the question is, what immediate supports were offered to the person with disability impacted by the incident or allegation? And the response given is that the source of harm has been removed.
Correct.
And I take it that is because at that point, Mr. Namali's employment had been suspended.
That's correct.
Without undertaking a risk assessment, how could you be satisfied that the source of harm was entirely removed without knowing whether there were any other staff members who might have been engaging in misconduct?
So at the time, police told us that Daniel was the only one involved.
Right. Did you ever think to interrogate what they told you? They have one person's phone, so they're going to say, and that I take it that person's phone only had images of him and no one else with him. Let's assume both of those things are correct. How do the police know, and how do you know whether or not other people at Ford might have been doing the same thing as Mr. Namali?
There would be no way. Yep. We just took what the police said.
But if a risk assessment had been undertaken, there might have been a better idea of whether or not there was an extant risk to clients at Ford.
Potentially, yes.
Then going about 5 entries on this same page, there's a question of, has the impacted support people been made aware of the incident? And the answer was yes.
That's correct.
And is it right then that as at the date of this report, all of the support people for all of the clients that have been identified had been informed of what had occurred?
Yeah, that's right. They'll want to see, yeah.
To your knowledge, did you speak to any of the support people yourself?
I did.
Did you speak to all of them?
Some of them, no, but because the CEO had already spoken to them, so I didn't want to have too many people, contacting. But those, I made myself available to whoever wanted to speak to myself.
What supports were offered, firstly to the clients and secondly to their support people in the immediate aftermath of them finding out about this incident?
Yeah, so I believe the CEO, when he spoke to the families, he offered them counselling supports with the staff. With the clients that were attending. We put them with staff, known staff, but more senior staff on site as well. And a lot of that was at the request of the families.
I'll come to that in due course, but you'd accept, wouldn't you, that what you observed in the incidents that you saw had at least the potential to be quite seriously traumatic to the clients that experienced that abuse?
Yes.
Did you, or did your state executive, or did the CEO consider the necessity to make sure that having suffered that trauma, that the clients were being appropriately managed and looked after in consultation with their families?
So I made sure I was on site the next few weeks of, after the incident occurred, because a lot of that was, the police were constantly coming on site and needing to meet with myself. So I was always there and always available, but the other commitments were made by the CEO.
All right. Can I ask you now to go to page 24? This is in relation to an incident assessment, and you've written here that the assessment was completed on the 1st of May 2020. Then you state that the process that was undertaken was that HR had suspended the staff member. Then in relation to what records were considered and any consideration of whether the incidents could have been prevented and whether the views of the impacted person had been considered, the answer is in relation to all three, still currently investigated by the police.
Yes.
But it was possible, at least in part, wasn't it, without interfering with the police investigation, to give a more fulsome answer to some of those questions, wasn't it? For example, when taking into account the views of the affected clients and their support people, had you been told by the police that you weren't allowed to speak to them at all about the well-being of the client and what
No.
they wanted done?
No, we just couldn't speak to them about the others involved.
And in addressing the question of whether the incident could have been prevented, I can understand that with the police investigation being in its infancy, all of the information about what occurred was not available, but surely there was enough information available. There was a staff member who had one-on-one support with the client. He had his phone with him and he was taking videos of him acting in an abusive way. That was enough information to allow a Ford to at least make a preliminary assessment about what could have been done to prevent that happening.
Yeah, they could have been.
And it could have been in this report, couldn't it?
It could have been, yes.
All right, that's all I have on that document. All right, can I take you now to a document behind Hearing Bundle E, tab 136? While we're waiting, I'll just tell you what the document is, and I'm sure it'll come up on the screen in due course. But this is a letter, here it is, from the NDIS Assistant Director of Reportable Incidents, addressed to the CEO of Ford, it refers in the second paragraph to a requirement pursuant to 26(1)(d) of the NDIS rules to engage an appropriately qualified and independent expert to carry out an investigation in relation to the incidents. You see that?
Yes.
And that's the report that you ultimately obtained from Barry Wright.
Yes.
That's right. And then in the second paragraph, it sets out what it is that the investigation is to cover. And it's to identify and report on the causes and any contributing factors to the alleged offending behaviour whilst he undertook his duties within the organisation. And then secondly, to identify corrective or other actions that have been taken or ought to be taken by the provider to prevent future recurrence. So what the NDIS is asking for there is for there to be a report that engages with the cause of the incidents and then also engages with steps that need to be taken in order to prevent such things happening again, including any corrective actions. That was what the NDIS was looking for. That's
Okay.
right, isn't it? Can I just go over the page and just take you to the top paragraph on that page? It states that the investigation should proceed in a manner that does not impede or interfere with the New South Wales Police investigation. Then it says the person appointed to conduct the investigation must consult with the New South Wales police officer in charge prior to carrying out any part of the investigation. Should the relevant police officer advise that the investigation would impede or interfere with the ongoing police investigation, the investigation must not proceed until it cleared by police. What they're saying to you there, isn't it, that, that you're required to undertake an investigation. The investigation shouldn't interfere with the police investigation, but in order to identify whether or not it will interfere with the police investigation, you should engage with the police about what it is that you need to investigate and whether or not that'll impact on the police investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were at this time in discussion with the police about the progress of their investigation?
We had ongoing discussions with them where they're at.
And the police ultimately gave their approval to this investigation, the Section 26 investigation proceeding, that's right?
They would have gave it to the CEO, not myself.
Yes, but you're aware that that happened?
After it happened, yes.
Yes. Were you privy to any discussions with the police about any concerns they had about the investigation proceeding, what it is that the investigation should or should not cover?
No, no.
Who did?
That potentially would have been the CEO because he was meeting with the police as well.
All right. Do you agree with me that it would have been possible, based on what the NDIS had told you you were to do, it would have been possible at an early stage to work with the police so that a Ford could identify as much of the matter as was necessary to assess whether there was an ongoing risk to a Ford's clients? There could have been a discussion with the police that stated, that identified what it is that a Ford needed to do and how much of it could be done so as not to trespass on the police investigation.
So when you're referring to you, you're referring to myself or a Ford?
Well, I'm referring to you as being a person who had management of the reporting process, including this requirement to produce a Section 26 report.
So these were sent to the CEO.
Did you see this letter?
I don't recall seeing this, no.
Did you have any discussions with the police after your initial engagement with the police about the progress of their investigation?
Only when they were coming out and asking for more information, which we run by the executive of HR at the time.
I know at the time, I'll just ask a couple of wrap-up questions before we come back tomorrow. The Barry Wise report, were you involved in procuring that report?
No, I was just interviewed as part of his.
All right, and who was it who was in charge of engaging Barry Wise and in ensuring that he completed the investigation?
My understanding was of the previous executive of HR.
All right. I note the time. I'm going to go on to a couple of documents that will take a while, so I think I'll go with the Commission's preference for closing time.
Yes. What would you like us to do?
Having identified a preference for 4 p.m, I think we can finish for today, and I'll continue with the witness tomorrow.
Oh, I see. No, that's all right. We, by minority, we can continue to 4:15 if you wish.
The next document I have is going to take some time, so I'm happy to start that.
All right. Well, then reluctantly, we'll force ourselves to adjourn. In that case, Mr. Adamson, you'll need to come back tomorrow, and we will resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. Now, after Mr. Adamson has concluded his evidence, perhaps Mr. Griffin could indicate what the order of business will be.
There'll be joint evidence taken from Joanne Toohey and Mr. Allen. And the reason for doing it jointly is because the CEO is relatively new to the organisation, and we thought it would be the most efficient way to deal with the issues I want to raise with them.
Yes, well, she joined the organisation, I think, in October 2021. And the chairman or chair has
He's been the chair
been on
since-
the board since 2015.
and he's been the chair for that period of time.
Yes. All right. So that will be done as a panel, as it were.
Indeed,
Right. And will that take the rest of the day?
I anticipate it will.
Yes. All right. All right. Well, we shall adjourn now and resume at 10 a.m.
The Royal Commission is adjourned.